Chapter 2840. Azure Dragon was incomparably domineering and actually blocked the entrance of Wanxiang City. On the second day, he really came to challenge Wanxiang City's entrance. Humph! A figure opened his eyes in one of the training grounds of the Wanxiang City Lord's Mansion. This person was Gu Zhong. He sensed Azure Dragon's presence the moment he arrived. Without hesitation, Gu Zhong walked out of the training grounds and looked at the sky. It was early in the morning, yet Azure Dragon came so early. Azure Dragon's arrival had already alerted the saint-level experts in Wanxiang City. The heaven, earth, and man saints immediately went up the city walls. Soon after, Shaoqing and the Iron-Blood Taoist also arrived. Gu Zhong took a step forward and instantly appeared in the sky above Wanxiang City. He looked at the city gates and saw a figure standing in the void opposite the city gates. That person was looking at him, which made Gu Zhong's heart shudder. He took a step forward and arrived in front of that person. Azure Dragon was still the same. Although his clothes were ordinary, they were very clean. His whole person gave off a rough aura. He carried his great dragon halberd on his shoulder. Gu Zhong took a glance at the great dragon halberd on Azure Dragon's shoulder. The halberd was simple and unadorned, just like an ordinary bronze halberd. No one would have thought that such an unremarkable halberd would be the Azure Dragon clan's most precious treasure that had been passed down for countless years. Let's begin. Azure Dragon looked at Gu Zhong and said calmly. He did not say much and immediately threw a punch at Gu Zhong. A powerful fist force immediately exploded from his right fist. Swoosh! Gu Zhong used the 8 desolation steps and displayed his extreme speed. He soared into the sky and dodged Azure Dragon's punch. Then he charged into the mountains outside Wanxiang City. He did not want to fight near Wanxiang City. Azure Dragon naturally knew what Gu Zhong wanted to do. He immediately chased after him and started fighting with Gu Zhong in the mountains. The energy ripples from the 2 experts spread out and immediately alerted the nearby cultivators. Those who watched the fight yesterday did not leave. They're really fighting again. Someone cried out in alarm. That Azure Dragon was truly too powerful. He actually dared to act like this. Could it be that he wasn't afraid of Gu Fei coming out to deal with him? Rumble! The entire mountain range was shaking. The mountain range, which was already almost completely destroyed, finally caved in. The entire land was sinking and was completely destroyed. There were traces left behind by the great battle everywhere. It was a ghastly sight. This battle was much more intense than the previous day. The whole area was boiling, the ground was sinking, and the void was pierced. Even the saint-level experts were shocked by this scene. Several hours later, the battle ended and Gu Zhong returned. His body was dripping with golden essence blood, and there was a bloody hole on his left shoulder. His hair was disheveled and his clothes were tattered. The left side of his body had been dyed gold by golden essence blood. Seeing Gu Zhong in such a miserable state, Shaoqing and the others were shocked to the extreme. The Azure Dragon was actually able to heavily injure Gu Zhong. Could it be that he had used a power that surpassed the Saint Ruler realm? Gu Zhong didn't say anything. He immediately returned to his cultivation place and went into seclusion. When the news spread, everyone was indescribably shocked. Azure Dragon was indeed powerful and terrifying. He was actually able to heavily injure Gu Zhong. One should know that Gu Zhong was the eldest disciple of Gu Fei. However, there were also people who saw Azure Dragon leaving with bloodstains all over his body. He was also heavily injured. However, on the second day, Azure Dragon appeared outside the Wanxiang City, full of vigor. This made everyone dumbfounded. This guy was really too crazy. He had just fought with Gu Zhong yesterday and left with severe injuries. On the second day, he appeared again as if he had never been injured. Soon, Gu Zhong appeared. The 2 great experts didn't say anything. They immediately rushed out and left the Wanxiang City. Then they started fighting. This time, the 2 great experts still fought fiercely. In the end, Both of them were heavily injured. Even someone as powerful as Azure Dragon couldn't defeat Gu Zhong completely. Of course, Azure Dragon suppressed his cultivation to the Saint King realm before he fought with Gu Zhong. If he restored his cultivation to the peak of the Great Sage realm, Gu Zhong wouldn't be his opponent at all. Both of them were heavily injured. Such an ending was unbelievable to all the spectators. Now, even Gu Fei's disciple could fight with Azure Dragon endlessly. If Gu Fei were to fight personally, wouldn't Azure Dragon be in big trouble? His disciple was already so powerful. As the master, Gu Fei was definitely even more powerful. However, after a night, Azure Dragon came again. He really treated Gu Zhong as a whetstone. In these few days, he had fought with Gu Zhong and gained a lot. However, compared to Azure Dragon, Gu Zhong's gains were much greater. He felt that his cultivation was about to make a breakthrough. He was about to break through the shackles. He was already in the great mastery of the Saint King realm. The continuous battles had loosened the bottleneck of his cultivation. Gu Zhong was looking forward to it. Warriors were natural warriors. They could improve their cultivation in battles. To a warrior, a life and death battle was definitely a shortcut to improve their cultivation and combat strength. Without hesitation, Gu Zhong rushed out of the Wansheng city and fought with Azure Dragon. Powerful energy, ripples spread in all directions. Gu Zhong fought with all his might. His blood was boiling. The blood in his body was extremely powerful. He didn't look like he was seriously injured yesterday. Preposterous. What the hell is that Azure Dragon doing? The elder of the Dongfang family could see that something was wrong. Azure Dragon was simply helping Gu Zhong. The continuous battles had gradually forced out Gu Zhong's potential. Looks like I need to help Azure Dragon. In the sky, the elder of the Dongfang family looked at Gu Zhong viciously. If Gu Zhong died in the hands of Azure Dragon, things would become very interesting. The elder of the Dongfang family immediately turned around and left. After a few hours, the battle ended. In this battle, Gu Zhong was still seriously injured by his opponent. He dragged his exhausted body back to the Wansheng city and was brought into the city lord's residence by Shaoqing. Azure Dragon was also in a difficult situation. He was beaten by Gu Zhong until he coughed out blood and almost injured his life force. The night passed uneventfully. On the second day, Azure Dragon came again. This time the battle between Gu Zhong and Azure Dragon was as intense as before. Golden blood sprinkled from the sky, and there was also a sparkling blood rain. Just as the battle between Gu Zhong and Qinglong reached its climax, the Dongfang clan elder, who was watching the battle from afar, made his move. A black needle silently shot out from his hand and directly shot towards the space between Gu Zhong's eyebrows. Chapter 2841. What? Azure Dragon was shocked to see Gu Zhong fall from the sky. His attack wasn't strong enough to make Gu Zhong lose his ability to fly and fall from the sky. At this moment, the Dongfang family elder's attack had succeeded. He immediately turned around and wanted to retreat without a sound. Bang! Like a meteorite, Gu Zhong fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater and causing dust to rise high into the sky. At this moment, a huge hand came down from the sky and grabbed the Dongfang family's elder, who was trying to escape. Even someone as strong as the Dongfang family's elder couldn't resist at all. The Dongfang family's elder screamed in pain. His tendons and bones were broken, and he was turned into a pile of meat paste. The primordial spirit of the clan elder was directly captured and then sealed. At this moment, a figure appeared in the void. This person was the extraterrestrial overlord, Ming Qiong, who hadn't shown his face yet. The sudden turn of events caused everyone to be stunned. The Dongfang family's elder thought that he was very secretive when he ambushed Gu Zhong. However, Ming Qiong, who was hiding in the dark, still noticed it. This Azure Dragon was shocked. Could it be that person who ambushed Gu Zhong? He had just rushed from the southern wasteland to the eastern region to challenge Gu Fei. He hadn't seen the Dongfang family's elder before and didn't know who it was. Even if the elder of the Dongfang family was not a holy venerable, he was still in existence at the peak of the great sage realm. However, his physical body was crushed by this person. This person's cultivation was definitely above the holy venerable realm. There was no doubt about it. Ming Qiong ignored Azure Dragon and rushed down from the sky. What happened? The surrounding spectators were indescribably shocked. Someone had plotted against Gu Zhong, and it was done by the Dongfang family. If Gu Zhong were to die, it would truly pierce through the heavens. Azure Dragon didn't know the Dongfang family's elder, but it didn't mean that the others didn't know. Someone recognized the elder and immediately guessed what had happened. The people of the Dongfang family were really daring. They actually dared to plot against Gu Fei, and they were even caught red-handed. In this way, the Dongfang family had broken the agreement with Ghost King Fengdu. At this time, the Azure Dragon also rushed down from the sky. At that moment, Ming Qiong soared into the sky with Gu Zhong in his arms. With a single step, he returned to the sky above Wansheng City and returned to the city Lord Residence with Gu Zhong in his arms. Shaoqing, Iron Blood Taoist, and the others hurriedly rushed back to the city Lord's mansion. It's the needle of extinction. Gu Zhong's eyes were closed as he lay on the floor. His aura was extremely weak, and there was a red the size of a pinhole on his forehead. Outrageous! The Dongfang family is too despicable. Shaoqing and the others were infuriated. The Dongfang family actually dared to plot against Gu Zhong. It seemed like they wanted to be exterminated. Father, Gu Xiaofeng rushed in from outside and couldn't help but grieve when he saw his unconscious father. Only Shaoqing and the others knew of Ming Qiong's existence. Even the three saints of heaven, earth, and man didn't know that such a powerful existence was secretly watching over Wansheng City. Is this the legendary needle of extinction that specializes in destroying the Yuan spirit? The Iron Blood Taoist looked at the red dot on Gu Zhong's forehead and exclaimed in shock. Even an existence more powerful than Gu Zhong would die after being pierced by this needle. Although Gu Zhong was still alive, he was on his last breath, as if he could die at any time. This made Gu Xiaofeng cry in grief. Among everyone present, only Gu Xiaofeng and Zhuge Liang weren't saints. Shaoqing and the others had already checked Gu Zhong's injuries. Although Gu Zhong's soul was heavily injured, there was a power that protected his soul at a crucial moment. It was the effect of that power that caused him to fall unconscious. Ming Qiong then used a great technique to force the needle of extinction out of Gu Zhong's forehead. Everyone looked at it and saw that it was an inconspicuous black needle. It was hard to imagine that a black needle like this had almost taken Gu Zhong's life. After Ming Qiong forced out the needle of annihilation, a strange wave of power immediately spread from Gu Zhong's brow, enveloping his entire body. A ball of celestial light appeared on his body, and within the light, there seemed to be divine feathers faintly discernible. The divine feathers wove together and wrapped around Gu Zhong. Shaoqing was extremely shocked. He could sense the aura of the immortal Tao spreading from Gu Zhong's body. He was both surprised and overjoyed. Gu Zhong definitely wouldn't die. This was the phenomenon of ascension. Gu Zhong was actually using one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the ascension secret art. The power of ascension had already wrapped around him. Your father won't die. Stop crying. Little Qing patted the shoulder of Gu Xiaofeng, who was lying on the ground. Uncle Master Qing, what did you say? Gu Xiaofeng was both surprised and overjoyed. He hastily wiped away his tears and got up from the ground. I said that your father won't die, Shaoqing repeated. Uncle Master Qing, is that true? Gu Xiaofeng blinked. Would I lie to you? Little Qing said snappily. Master Qing, is it the Ascension secret art? The Iron Blood Taoist suddenly asked Shaoqing. Only the Ascension secret art could save Gu Zhong. Otherwise, Gu Zhong's only fate would be the destruction of his body and soul. That's right. Shaoqing didn't hide anything. News of Gu Fei's mastery of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao had long since spread. Gu Zhong was his first disciple, so it was only natural that he'd received his teachings. One had to admit that the Ascension secret art was truly heaven-defying. After that, everyone left the main hall. Only Gu Xiaofeng stayed by his father's side. At this time, a silk-like divine light appeared on Gu Zhong's body. This divine light wrapped him up like a huge silkworm cocoon. Azure Dragon wanted to enter the city to visit Gu Zhong, but was rejected by Shaoqing and the others. He could only leave, but he didn't leave. He continued to roam around the vicinity of Myriad Phenomenon City. The clan elder is dead. A piece of news came from the Dongfang clan, causing commotion in the ancestral land of the Dongfang clan. The death of a clan elder was definitely a huge matter for the Dongfang clan. However, the news that came soon after shocked the entire Dongfang family. The clan elder had been ambushed by a mysterious expert who had suddenly appeared and crushed his physical body when he was plotting against Gu Zhong. What should we do? Chapter 2842. Someone actually plotted against Gu Zhong, and the person who did it was actually an elder of the Dongfang family. When the news spread, the entire eastern region and even the entire ancestral Dragon Star's cultivation world was in an uproar. Gu Fei was a fierce person of his generation. He dared to fight against the mysterious creature in the Forbidden Zone and even joined hands with the old tortoise to flatten the western underworld ocean. Such a fierce disciple was actually plotted against. In an instant, the entire cultivation world's forces focused their attention on the eastern region. The other members of the Dongfang family were indescribably shocked. They never expected that an elder would actually dare to make a move against Gu Fei's disciple at this time. The Dongfang family's ancestral land was heavily guarded. They were preparing for battle because Gu Fei could suddenly attack them at any time. Offending such a fierce person made all the clansmen of the Dongfang family extremely nervous. One must know that this fierce person was incomparably fierce and dared to attack the creatures in the Forbidden Zone. This matter even alarmed the Eastern Sky Tyrant King, who was in seclusion. This made him almost vomit blood. How could he have clansmen who were like pigs? In his rage, the Eastern Sky Tyrant King went into seclusion again. She actually didn't care. Many people were guessing what method Gu Fei would use to avenge his disciple. Everyone seemed to have smelled the scent of blood. However, to everyone's surprise, there was no activity in Wanxiang City. No one knew if Gu Zhong had truly died. What's going on? Some people who wanted to watch a good show were disappointed. There was no show to watch because Wanxiang City was still as calm as usual. Azure Dragon was still roaming around outside of Wanxiang City. He originally wanted to enter the city to visit Gu Zhong, but was rejected by Shaoqing. Many news spread out from Wanxiang City. Some said that Gu Zhong was dead, but others said that Gu Zhong was recuperating and wouldn't recover anytime soon. All kinds of rumors had already spread throughout Wanxiang City. However, only the core members of Wanxiang City knew what happened to Gu Zhong. In the main hall of Wanxiang City's city, Lord's Mansion, a figure was wrapped in a ball of golden light. The figure was already blurry and silk-like golden light twined around the figure. A golden silkworm cocoon was rapidly forming. There was only one person standing guard in the main hall. This person was little fatty Gu Xiaofeng. Gu Zhong was struck by the extinguishing god needle. If it was an ordinary saint king that was struck by the extinguishing god needle, he would not be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. However, Gu Zhong was an exception. Outside the main hall, there were the heaven, earth, and human saints standing guard. Even if a saint king wanted to break into the main hall, it would definitely not be an easy task. Shaoqing, an Iron Blood Taoist, would occasionally come to the main hall to check on Gu Zhong's condition. This time, it was a blessing in disguise for Gu Zhong. Once he recovered, his cultivation would probably reach a whole new level. He might even be able to reach Saint King. While Guzhong was enveloped by the winged power and turned into a golden cocoon, Gufei and Old Tortoise had no intention of coming out. They were still in seclusion. At this time, Ming Qiong handed the sealed origin spirit of the Dongfang family elder to Shaoqing. Then he left Wanxiang City with the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor. No one knew where this mysterious expert was going, other than Shaoqing and the others. No one knew that Ming Qiong and the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor had left. At this time in the Nanman 100,000 mountain range, a golden-haired young man sat on a mountain peak. The mountain wind whistled, and his golden hair danced in the wind. Swoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in the void opposite the golden-haired young man. He stood in the air and looked at the golden-haired young man fearlessly. A powerful yin aura spread out from the figure. "You are Yuan Hong." It was a black-clothed, middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was shrouded in black gas. If one looked closely, one could see that there were actually Dao runes shrouding the black gas around the middle-aged man. "And who are you?" The golden-haired young man, sitting on a large rock on the mountain peak, said coldly, "Who I am is not important, but someone wants me to kill you." The black-clothed, middle-aged man looked at the golden-haired young man and said, surprisingly calmly, this golden-haired young man was Yuan Hong. He came to the human world to search for the golden-eyed ape's bloodline, but things did not go smoothly. After many investigations, Yuan Hong found that the golden-eyed ape clan had not appeared in the human world for thousands of years. This surprised him. Someone once saw a golden ape in the southern wasteland, 100,000 mountain range. Therefore, Yuan Hong came to the southern wasteland and went straight into the 100,000 mountain range. However, when he entered the 100,000 mountain range, he quickly realized that he was being watched. "You want to kill me? You are not qualified." Yuan Hong looked at the person opposite him and said coldly. His gaze became as sharp as a blade as he glanced at the black-clothed, middle-aged man. "Cut the crap. I will send you on your way now." The person said and immediately attacked. He stretched out his right hand, and a ball of black light immediately rushed out of his hand, blasting towards Yuan Hong on the mountain peak. Swoosh! Yuan Hong moved and instantly disappeared. The next moment, when he reappeared, he was already above the black-clothed, middle-aged man's head. Without any hesitation, Yuan Hong directly stepped on the man's head. The sound of bones breaking was heard, and the man's entire head was stomped into his chest. "TSK, I thought this guy was strong. It turns out that he is a piece of trash." Yuan Hong muttered to himself. Roar! Just when Yuan Hong stomped the black-clothed, middle-aged man to death, an angry roar came from another place in the 100,000 mountain range, causing all the birds and beasts in the mountain to flee. "Cut the crap. I will send you on your way now," the person said and directly attacked. He stretched out his right hand, and a ball of black light immediately rushed out of his hand, blasting towards Yuan Hong on the mountain peak. Swoosh! Yuan Hong moved, instantly disappearing from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already above the black-clothed, middle-aged man's head. Without any hesitation, Yuan Hong directly stepped on the man's head. The sound of bones breaking was heard, and the man's entire head was stomped into his chest. "TSK, I thought this guy was strong. It turns out that he is a piece of trash." Yuan Hong muttered to himself. Roar! Chapter 2843. Yuan Hong was proficient in the art of tracking. With a counterattack, he killed his way to the stronghold of the assassins in the mountains, and a huge battle broke out. Roar! Yuan Hong roared into the sky as a gigantic shadow of a golden ape appeared on his body. An extremely powerful force rippled out from his body. Boom! With a single punch, the valley in front of him exploded, causing dust to shoot up into the sky. The dozens of figures in the valley were instantly turned into dozens of bloody mists, dissipating into the void. Their bodies and spirits were completely destroyed. However, two figures rushed out from the valley, roaring as they charged towards Yuan Hong in the sky. A chilling killing intent that caused one's heart to palpitate permeated the entire area. Clang! A beam of sword light shot out from the body of a white-robed, middle-aged man, turning into an indestructible beam of light that slashed towards Yuan Hong. Humph! Yuan Hong sneered as he punched out with his right fist, clashing against the incoming beam of sword light. A metallic sound rang out as that extremely sharp beam of sword light was sent flying by his fist. There's an error in the information. We've been scammed. The white-robed, middle-aged man roared. At this moment, another powerful being suddenly hid in the void. In the next moment, a killing sword pierced out from the void, aiming for Yuan Hong's forehead. Yuan Hong stretched out his right hand and grabbed the incoming killing sword. He then punched out with his left fist, causing the void to tremble. A black figure fell out from the void, coughing out blood as he was sent flying. He's tough. Retreat. The black figure transmitted his voice to the white-robed, middle-aged man. They felt extremely aggrieved. They were Slayer sages, people who had entered the Tao through killing. But today they were defeated so easily and had no choice but to flee for their lives. This was the first time that they had met a powerful existence that they could not assassinate. The two Slayer sages crushed a piece of jade talisman in their hands. Instantly, they were enveloped by the divine light emitted from the jade talisman and were about to break through the void. However, at this moment, two huge hands grabbed over from afar, grabbing the two balls of divine light. Bam! Bam! With two sounds, the two huge golden hands actually crushed the two balls of divine light. The two slaughter saints didn't even have the time to let out a cry before they were reduced to a bloody mist. Even their souls couldn't escape before they were sealed up by Yuan Hong. Soon, Yuan Hong learned what he wanted to know from the two Slayer saints' soul memories. Lu Wailu Assassin Organization. Yuan Hong frowned. He did not manage to find out who had hired them to kill him from the memories of the souls of the two slaughter saints. He directly destroyed the primordial spirits of the two slaughter saints. He would never show mercy to his enemies. As long as they were his enemies, he would kill them and pull them up by the roots. Who is it? Could it be that guy? Yuan Hong stood high up in the sky, scanning his surroundings. His divine sense instantly enveloped an area of tens of thousands of miles, and a weak aura instantly disappeared from his senses. He runs really fast. Yuan Hong couldn't help being moved. The other party's cultivation wasn't weak. He was from the assassin organization, and he was also the mastermind who hired the slaughter saints to kill him. Yuan Hong had many enemies. Not long ago, he had fought with a clone of Yuan Gu Emperor Xian in the Heavenly Realm. However, given the identity of Yuan Gu Heavenly Emperor, it was impossible for him to do such a thing. Yuan Gu shook his head. He couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it and directly left the 100,000 mountains, heading towards Dragon Emperor City in the outside world. Dragon Emperor City in the southern wilderness was an ancient city that had existed for thousands of years. Just as Yuan Hong was heading towards Dragon Emperor City in the eastern domain, outside of Wancheng City, Azure Dragon encountered a sudden assassination. In a mountain forest, a slaughter saint attacked and almost beheaded Azure Dragon with a single sword strike. Slaughter saints were existences that achieved their Tao through killing. They were proficient in all kinds of assassination techniques. If they missed their target, they would definitely flee thousands of miles away. However, who was Azure Dragon? He directly chased after the slaughter saint. In a valley thousands of miles away, Azure Dragon intercepted the slaughter saint. After a great battle, Azure Dragon killed the slaughter saint with his great dragon halberd. An assassin organization. Azure Dragon felt very surprised. Why was he targeted by an assassin organization? Just as the Azure Dragon killed the Slayer Saint in an extremely hidden place on the Tunglong continent, a clear sound of something shattering rang out from a gloomy hall. Dead again. This is the third slaughter saint that has fallen. What the hell happened? An aged voice came from the palace hall. This was an ancient palace hall that made everyone feel mysterious and terrifying. This palace hall was the sacred palace of the Tower Wylai assassin organization. In the sacred palace, where the life tokens were stored, 3 life tokens had already shattered. This meant that 3 slaughter saints of the Tower Wylai assassin organization had fallen. Even a powerful assassin organization like the Tower Wylai assassin organization would suffer a great loss after losing 3 slaughter saints in a row. Could it be that someone actually dared to trick us? The aged voice sounded. Ancestor, what should we do now? Please enlighten us. Another voice sounded. And call them back. The operation is temporarily over. The aged voice said. Yes. Someone responded. Then, the entire hall fell silent. No one said a word. The situation of the entire Tonglong continent had become more and more complicated. There was a hidden force that was targeting Gufei. If Azure Dragon died near Wansheng City, the Azure Dragon tribe would definitely blame Azure Dragon's death on Gufei. In this way, Gufei would become a sworn enemy of the Azure Dragon tribe. Rumble. Just as Gufei and Old Tortoise were cultivating in seclusion, a thunderous sound came from an ancient ruin in the Central Plains. An ancient formation platform that was buried deep in the ruins broke through the ground and floated in the void. A ray of divine light shot out from the formation platform and disappeared into the boundless starry sky. In the boundless starry sky, a divine island was heading toward the ancestral star of the soaring dragon tribe. It was an ancient path that an extremely powerful existence had set foot on. Swoosh! A ray of divine light shot out from the front and instantly disappeared into an ancient formation platform deep in the divine island. In the next moment, a ray of divine light spread from the formation platform deep in the divine island and enveloped the entire divine island. Very soon, a void passage appeared in the starry sky, and the divine island disappeared into the void passage. Rumble! The void trembled, and the divine island appeared in the sky above an ancient ruin somewhere in the Central Plains. Chapter 2844. The soaring dragon ancestral star in the Central Plains within an ancient ruin, an incomparably powerful energy fluctuation could be felt. An incomparably gigantic divine island appeared in the air above the ruins. The divine island blocked the entire sky above the ruins, casting a huge shadow over them. A young Taoist then walked out from the depths of the divine island. This is the soaring dragon ancestral star. The young man rushed up into the sky and stood high up in the sky. He looked around once. At this moment, there were many cultivators outside the ancient ruins. The commotion caused by the arrival of the divine island was simply too great. The cultivators in the surroundings were alarmed and naturally came over to take a look. Very weak. Could it be that even the soaring dragon ancestral star has declined? The young man's divine sense instantly enveloped a radius of several tens of thousands of miles. Within this radius, he couldn't sense any powerful existences. However, the Central Plains was incomparably vast. It wasn't something a young man could imagine. In the human realm, among the 5 ancestral stars, the soaring dragon ancestral star was the most transcendent. For some unknown reason, the powerful existences from the other ancestral stars all rushed here. There were even supreme existences who didn't leave after arriving here. In the current world, no one knew what the reason was exactly, but the powerful existences from the other ancestral stars were all attracted here. Very swiftly, the young man in the air above the divine island vanished. The news of the appearance of a foreign expert in the Central Plains also circulated. After that, the foreign expert set up an arena in the Central Plains, challenging all the experts from the soaring dragon ancestral star. That platform was a movable platform. The experts from the external realms were extremely domineering. The experts from the Central Plains naturally weren't willing to accept this. Hence, they sent someone to challenge the platform. However, to everyone's shock, the Xenorace expert had actually defeated all the experts from the Central Plains, and not a single one of them was able to withstand 3 moves from that Xenorace expert. Defeating his opponent within 3 moves, such combat prowess was simply too terrifying. The person who set up the arena was a Saint Emperor. He wanted to challenge the Saint Emperors from the Central Plains, or even the other regions. He wanted to become the strongest Saint Emperor, invincible among those at the same level. However, needless to say, that Xenorace expert really did possess the potential to be invincible amongst his peers, and even some seniors that had attained the Tao during the primeval times weren't a match for that Xenorace expert. The foreign experts swept through the Central Plains. Even the saint kings of the large clans and sects were not his opponents. That outsider had even declared that he wanted to challenge all the Saint Emperors on the soaring, dragon, ancestral star. He wanted to be invincible among his peers. The sacred emperors of the great sects of the Central Plains were all very unconvinced, but they were all defeated by the young Taoist from the outer realm. The sacred emperors of the great sects and clans could not contend against him. For a time, the Central Plains was shaken. Even the experts of the other regions could not sit still and rushed to the Central Plains. There were even some great saints who suppressed their cultivation to the Saint Emperor realm to fight the young Taoist. However, even such existences were defeated. This left everyone dumbfounded and in disbelief. Extraterritorial experts. The news spread to the East region and Wancheng City. Extraterritorial experts. Shao Qing could not sit still when he heard the news. His cultivation happened to be at the Saint Emperor realm, so he could fight against the foreign experts. The iron blood Taoist cultivation had already broken through to the Great Saint realm, but he could suppress his cultivation to fight against the same level as the foreign experts. However, Gu Zhong was currently in the state of ascension. They could not just leave Wancheng City and head to the Central Plains like this. Let that guy torment himself for now, Shao Qing said. He wanted to wait for Gu Zhong to successfully undergo ascension before leaving Wancheng City. However, just because they could endure it didn't mean that others could. The primordial Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan both left their ancestral lands and headed to the Central Plains. After waiting for the news, the Azure Dragon also headed to the Central Plains. For a time, the Central Plains of the Tonglong continent attracted the attention of all the great sects and clans. In the southern wasteland, a supreme figure from the primordial Zhou clan came out of seclusion and headed to the Central Plains. The extraterritorial experts were too arrogant. They actually dared to publicly challenge the Saint Emperors of the soaring dragon ancestral star. Even the Buddhists of the West Earth sent their arhats. Time passed day by day. The arena in the Central Plains still stood in front of an ancient ruin. Half a year had passed, but no one could defeat the extraterritorial Saint Emperor. The Azure Dragon had yet to take action, but there were people who saw him near the arena. He was very cautious and did not take action. In the past half a year, countless Saint Emperors had been defeated by the extraterritorial experts. Even some great figures from the great sects and clans had been defeated. Because of this, some of the people who were about to make a move held themselves back. After all, only by knowing yourself and your enemy could you emerge victorious. Those who truly wanted to defeat the extraterritorial Saint Emperor naturally wanted to understand the extraterritorial Saint Emperor first. The Central Plains was like a storm. Countless saints had gathered, attracting the attention of countless people. Compared to the eastern regions, the Central Plains was much livelier. Ever since someone plotted against Gu Zhong in the eastern regions, the atmosphere had been very tense for a period of time. However, there was no news of Gu Zhong's death in Wancheng City. This made the Dongfang family heave a sigh of relief. If Gu Zhong had died, Gu Fei would immediately declare war on the Dongfang family. If Gu Zhong did not die, the Dongfang family could avoid a war with Gu Fei at this time. In the past half a year, the eastern regions was still peaceful. This was because the demons in the Devil's Den had been seriously injured and could not recover in a short time. Gu Fei and the old tortoise were still in seclusion. Even they did not expect that they would be in seclusion for so long. In Gu Fei's inner world, Yan, and Guling were both cultivating hard. Only with a higher cultivation would they have a higher chance of surviving in this chaotic world. Guling's cultivation had already reached a level where she could trigger a saint's heavenly tribulation at any time. However, she was still waiting because she wanted to undergo the heavenly tribulation in the heaven realm. In the past half a year, Guzhong had changed the most. In the main hall of the Wanxiang City's city, Lord's mansion, a golden cocoon was lying there, absorbing the surrounding spiritual qi. In the past half a year, Gu Xiaofeng never left the side of the golden cocoon. He could sense that the aura emitted by the golden cocoon was growing stronger. One night, in the main hall of the city, Lord's mansion in Wanxiang City, the sound of something breaking was suddenly heard. Gu Xiaofeng, who was dozing off at the side, was immediately startled. Chapter 2845. The Wanxiang City that had been silent for over half a year finally began to boil. In the main hall of the city, Lord's residence, the golden silkworm cocoon split open and an arm stretched out from within. Gu Xiaofeng, who was standing guard at the side, was shocked to the extreme. Then he shouted and rushed out of the main hall. Very soon, all the important figures in the city were alarmed. Shaoqing charged into the hall as soon as possible. He was also surprised when he saw the arm that had extended out of the golden cocoon. Golden runes appeared on the arm. The runes were faintly discernible under the flesh and blood, interweaving into a Tao diagram that seemed real and illusory at the same time. Afterwards, the iron-blood Taoist, the three saints of heaven, earth and man, Zhuge and the upper echelon of the city all arrived. All of them became extremely shocked when they saw what had happened in the hall. Kacha, the golden silkworm, cocoon began to crack. Dazzling golden light seeped out of those cracks. A powerful aura surged out of the golden silkworm cocoon, causing the entire palace to shake. The presence was suffocating, especially Gu Xiaofeng. He suffered the most as blood oozed from the corner of his mouth and ears. Buzz. The iron-blood Taoist took out the phoenix's tribulation, and a gentle presence immediately began to radiate from it. It enveloped everyone and isolated the powerful presence. At this time, Gu Xiaofeng was like a pile of mud, paralyzed on the ground. His clothes were soaked with sweat. He felt as if he had fought with someone for 10 days and 10 nights. He felt like he was about to collapse. It's a Saint King. This is the might of a Saint King. I never thought that Gu Zhong would actually benefit from his misfortune and become a Saint King. Shaoqing said in great shock. He obviously knew that Gu Zhong had been struck by the needle of extinction and his soul had been heavily injured. It was difficult to say whether he could survive or not. However, not only did Gu Zhong survive, he had even become a Saint King. This was something that no one had ever thought of. The golden cocoon constantly collapsed. In the end, a figure wrapped in golden light appeared before everyone. It was a golden deity. That person was Gu Zhong. Both of his eyes were closed as he flew up from the ground. It was as if there was an invisible hand in the air that lifted him up. Ascension, secret skill. Shaoqing looked at this scene in shock. Everyone was stunned as well. Even those who didn't have high hopes for Gu Zhong were dumbfounded. Gu Zhong floated in the void. The fluctuations of the metal elemental energy on his body gradually weakened. His aura also converged, and the golden light around him disappeared into his body. Soon, all the phenomena disappeared, and Gu Zhong opened his eyes. The iron-blood Taoist put away the phoenix calamity. Gu Zhong's aura had been reduced to a level that everyone could bear. There was no need to use the phoenix calamity to weaken Gu Zhong's aura. Father, when the iron-blood Taoist put away the phoenix tribulation, Gu Xiaofeng immediately rushed out and jumped into Gu Zhong's arms. Gu Zhong had made a full recovery, and his cultivation had even reached Saint King. The entire Wanxiang city was thrown into an uproar. Shaoqing even arranged a banquet for Guzhong. Something like this actually happened. During the banquet, Guzhong heard that a foreign expert had actually set up an arena in the Central Plains, challenging the entire cultivation world of the soaring dragon ancestral planet. Many people had already been defeated by the foreign experts before this. Guzhong could no longer sit still. He had just broken through to Saint King, so he could use the foreign experts as practice. He wanted to see just how powerful he had become. The next day, Guzhong directly set off for the Central Plains. At this time, an incomparably powerful energy fluctuation burst out from an arena floating high up in the sky. Two figures were moving rapidly on the arena, fighting with all their might. Someone was challenging the expert from the outer realms on the arena. The powerful pressure of a Saint King expanded, causing the surroundings to tremble. Inscriptions appeared in every corner of the ring in particular. The inscriptions drew upon the energy to nullify the Saint King's power that had expanded. On the arena, the person who was fighting against the young expert from the outer realm was also a young man. He was dressed in black and was extremely powerful. Boom! The black-robed young man punched out and collided with the young Taoist's palm. The two forces exploded, and a pitch-black spatial crack appeared in the void between the two of them. The two figures were both knocked back by the other's power. Roar! Kill! The young man roared out furiously. He separated his hands, and a resplendent streak of light immediately appeared in the space before him. He then slashed toward the foreign expert. Clang! The foreign expert spat out a streak of light, which immediately collided with the incoming streak of light. The two streaks of light intertwined in the air. The foreign expert was also a master of the laws of the sword. A cold ripple of sword qi expanded from the streak of light. The surrounding temperature rapidly plummeted under the impact of the sword qi. The two figures turned into two extremely powerful heavenly swords. Every single sword light that they unleashed was enough to split the void, displaying great power. At this moment, the distant sky was densely packed with people. There were also some extremely powerful beasts that appeared in the distant sky, watching the battle. The absolute Sword Emperor is too powerful. This foreign expert is definitely not a match for the absolute Sword Emperor. Someone said in a low voice. The young man in black who was fighting with the foreign expert was called the absolute Sword Emperor. He was one of the few Sword Dao Saint Emperors in the Central Plains. I don't think so. Someone said disapprovingly. The young man in black roared angrily and separated his hands. A resplendent streak of light immediately appeared in the space before him and slashed toward the foreign expert. Clang! The foreign expert spat out a streak of light, which instantly collided with the streak of light. The two streaks of light intertwined in the air. The foreign expert was also a master of the laws of the sword. A wave of cold sword qi spread out from the streak of light. Under the impact of the sword qi, the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. The two figures turned into two extremely powerful heavenly swords. Every single sword light that they unleashed was enough to split the void, displaying great power. At this moment, the distant sky was densely packed with people. There were also some extremely powerful beasts that appeared in the distant sky, watching the battle. The absolute Sword Emperor is too powerful. This foreign expert is definitely not a match for the absolute Sword Emperor. Someone said in a low voice. The young man in black who was fighting with the foreign expert was called the absolute Sword Emperor. He was one of the few Sword Dao Saint Emperors in the Central Plains. I don't think so. Chapter 2846. The extraterrestrial expert was extremely powerful. A powerful sword light rushed out from his body and directly broke through the solitary Sword Emperor's sword wave. A figure fell out of the arena and blood sprayed in the air. What? When everyone saw the figure that fell out of the arena, they were extremely shocked. That person was the solitary Sword Emperor. The solitary Sword Emperor was actually defeated. "Even someone as strong as the Saint Emperor of the Sword lost," someone exclaimed. One should know that the Saint Emperor of the Sword was in existence much stronger than ordinary Saint Emperors. Even such a person could not defeat the extraterrestrial expert. The solitary Sword Emperor was covered in blood. He stabilized his body and rushed into the sky. He directly rushed into the distance and quickly disappeared into the horizon. For a moment, the entire world fell silent. Everyone looked at the figure standing in the arena, and no one dared to go forward. The soaring dragon ancestral star has indeed declined. On the arena, the extraterrestrial Taoist swept his gaze in all directions and said coldly, "Preposterous." Someone was very angry. This guy was actually so arrogant and dared to look down on the Saint Emperors of the entire soaring dragon ancestral star. However, they had to admit that this extraterrestrial expert did indeed have the potential to be invincible among his peers. "I'll fight you." At this moment, a roar came from the distance. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky and directly landed on the arena. The person's body was covered in lightning, and when he opened and closed his eyes, there was lightning circling around. It's the Thunder Clan's expert, the Thunder Sovereign. Someone recognized the young man with lightning circling around him. Without any unnecessary words, the expert from the Thunder Clan directly made his move. He waved his right hand, and immediately a dozen dazzling lightning bolts bombarded the extraterrestrial youth. The extraterrestrial youth opened his mouth and inhaled. A heaven-devouring force spread out from his mouth and actually swallowed the dozen dazzling lightning bolts. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. That was the power of lightning, and the extraterrestrial actually dared to swallow it. Wasn't he too ferocious? "Humph," the Thunder Sovereign sneered. 9 lightning Tao patterns appeared on his body. Each Tao pattern exuded an extremely powerful aura of the Great Path. The way of lightning was the way of destruction. The Lightning King had already cultivated the way of lightning to Saint King, so he directly attacked the foreign experts as a bolt of lightning. Buzz! Suddenly, the sound of a sword rang out from the alien expert's body. A ball of sword light emerged from his body and instantly enveloped him. Boom! The Thunder Emperor threw out a punch that landed directly on the protective sword light of the extraterrestrial expert. A powerful power of the Way of Thunder burst forth, and bolts of lightning actually penetrated through the sword screen and landed on the body of the extraterrestrial expert. The alien expert roared in anger and was sent flying. His entire body was surrounded by lightning, and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Bang! The alien expert stepped on a stone pillar at the edge of the arena and stopped his retreat. This caused him to be incomparably shocked. He had almost been blasted out of the arena by a single punch from his opponent. "Sword of the 9 heavens!" The alien expert bellowed, and a beam of light shot out from his body, piercing straight towards the incoming Thunder Monarch. An extremely powerful ripple of sword chi spread out in the arena. Rumble! Thunder boomed and lightning wreaked havoc. The Thunder Sovereign was like an ancient lightning emperor that had descended into the mortal world. With a wave of his hands, huge bolts of lightning immediately shot out from his hands. They shot toward the streak of light that had pierced through the arena. However, the ray of sword light was extremely swift and fierce. It directly broke through the layers of lightning and arrived before the Thunder Emperor in an instant. What? The Thunder Sovereign was surprised. He hurriedly dodged to the side, and the streak of light brushed past him. The cold sword chi struck him and caused his movements to pause. Right at this moment, a fist rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes. Bam! He felt a sharp pain in his left eye. He had already taken a vicious punch from the other party. The punch caused the Thunder Sovereign's vision to darken and his head to spin. Even with his tough Saint King body, he had almost fainted from the punch. Bang! In the next moment, a muffled sound of collision resounded. The Xeno-race expert's knee smashed fiercely against the Thunder Emperor's chest. The sound of bones shattering rang out, and the Thunder Emperor's chest actually caved in from the violent force of the collision. Roar! The Thunder Sovereign was sent flying as he constantly coughed up blood. He was so depressed that he almost fainted. Never did he think that he would lose so miserably. A small mistake had caused all of this to happen. There was no suspense at all. Even someone as powerful as the Thunder Sovereign had lost. He was knocked out of the arena by a simple knee strike, which made everyone speechless. None of the spectators had thought that the outcome would be like this. The Thunder Sovereign had not lost to his opponent's great technique, but to a simple battle skill. The alien expert did not try to kill him. Otherwise, the Thunder Sovereign would have been slain long ago. After he was knocked out of the arena, the power of the Way of Lightning erupted and his injured body immediately healed. At this level of cultivation, the injuries of the saint body could be healed in an instant. Roar! He looked at the figure on the arena and roared at the sky unwillingly. His hair danced wildly, and the entire world shook from his roar. Looks like none of the saint kings on the soaring dragon ancestral star is my opponent. The young alien Taoist looked at the Thunder Sovereign coldly and said indifferently, "You!" Hearing that, the Thunder Sovereign felt hot blood surge up his throat, and he almost spat out another mouthful of blood. However, he endured it and forcefully swallowed the blood back down his throat. Humph! The Thunder Sovereign turned around and left without looking back. What an arrogant fellow! The Azure Dragon stood high in the sky and looked at the figure on the arena. He was not in a hurry to act. The opponent was very strong, but he was not undefeatable. He was a great saint. If he wanted to act, he had to seal himself and suppress his cultivation to the Saint King realm. The solitary Sword Emperor and the Thunder Sovereign had been defeated by the alien expert one after another. This outcome made all the spectators very dejected. Was there really no one who could defeat this guy? There's actually not a single decent figure on such a huge ancestral star. How sad. That was what the people on the arena said. Preposterous. Everyone became extremely furious when they heard that. However, the opponent was indeed powerful. He had been on the arena for half a year and had defeated countless Saint Kings. He had never lost a single time. With a battle record like that, he could definitely be regarded as invincible among his peers. However, the soaring dragon ancestral star was extremely huge. The 4 great regions were extremely vast, and there were some places that were rather remote. The experts in those places had not heard of the news yet. This did not mean that the outsider could really sweep through his peers and be invincible. He's here too. Chapter 2847. The solitary Sword Emperor and the Thunder Emperor were definitely 2 of the most powerful Saint Kings in the Central Plains. They stood at the apex of Saint King and had the chance to become an exalt. However, the 2 peak Saint Kings had been defeated. They had been defeated by the foreign Saint King, and they had left regretfully. For a moment, the entire area was silent. Countless experts who were watching the battle were speechless. They had to admit that this alien expert was really powerful. He had probably already taken the step to become a Venerable. Otherwise, how could he have defeated the absolute Sword Emperor and the Thunder Emperor in succession? A few spectators in the distance retreated. They wanted to ask for help. The foreign Saint King was just too arrogant. He actually wanted to defeat all the Saint Kings on the soaring dragon ancestral planet all by himself. He was just too arrogant. No one went up to fight. No one went up to embarrass themselves, even though they knew they were no match for him. The Azure Dragon had already arrived at the area near the arena. He stood high up in the sky and watched the 2 battles that had just taken place in the arena. He was in no hurry to take action. At that moment, he saw a familiar figure. He's here as well. How is this possible? Wasn't he struck by the needle of extinction? Azure Dragon was extremely shocked when he saw the person. He stared at the figure in disbelief. It was Guzhong. Azure Dragon had been paying attention to the movements in Wanxiang City for the past half a year. He learned very quickly that Gu Zhong had been injured by the Needle of Extinction. The news of the elder of the Dongfang clan trying to harm Gu Zhong also spread. Azure Dragon knew very well that the Needle of Extinction was a vicious artifact that specialized in destroying the soul. It was already a miracle that Gu Zhong was still alive after being struck by the needle. He had never thought that Gu Zhong would actually make a full recovery in just half a year. Moreover, he had actually broken through from Saint Ruler to Saint King. How did he do it? Azure Dragon murmured. At this moment, the figure in the distance suddenly stopped and turned around. Two extremely sharp eyes swept towards Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon. Gu Zhong was surprised when he saw Azure Dragon, but he was not surprised. It would be strange if Azure Dragon did not come after hearing the news. Brother Gu Zhong, congratulations. Azure Dragon transmitted his voice to Gu Zhong before cupping his hands towards him. Gu Zhong only nodded at Qing Long and did not walk over. Instead, he stared at the figure standing on the arena and looking down on everyone. At this time, some of the spectators nearby pointed at the figure standing in the arena. I heard that this Saint Emperor came from the ancestral Buzhou star and is the disciple of an immortal Venerable. Someone said, the disciple of an immortal Venerable. No wonder he's so powerful. It was no wonder that this fellow dared to set up an arena in the Central Plains and was not afraid that those old fellows in the world of cultivation would secretly attack him. It turned out that this fellow had a big guy backing him up. Could this sacred emperor be the South Pole Celestial Venerable who lives in seclusion in the South Pole Divine Ocean on the Buzhou ancestral planet? Someone said in shock. Ever since the ancient passageway between the 5 major planetary regions of the human world was reopened, cultivators from the 5 ancestral planets were able to travel with one another. However, the ancient passageway between the 5 ancestral planets was filled with danger. The fact that this Saint Emperor was able to smoothly arrive at the soaring dragon ancestral planet was enough to show how powerful this Saint Emperor was. Are there any Saint Emperors in the soaring dragon ancestral planet? Do you dare to come out and fight me? The young man standing on the arena suddenly looked at Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong directly met the young man's gaze. Their gazes collided in the void, as if bright sparks were produced. Who is this person? The spectators followed the gaze of the Saint Emperor. Many of them did not know who Gu Zhong was, but it seemed like the Saint Emperor wanted to fight this fellow. It's him. Some of them recognized Gu Zhong and told the people around them about Gu Zhong's origins. Ah, he's Gu Fei's first disciple, Gu Zhong. Among the spectators, there were many pearls from various sects and clans. After knowing Gu Zhong's identity, these outstanding beauties could not help but look at him. Gu Zhong turned a blind eye to the gazes of these beauties. His attention was completely focused on the extraterritorial Saint Emperor on the arena. You can actually see that I'm a cultivator. Impressive, Gu Zhong said to the young man on the arena. He was rather surprised. One should know that he had just arrived, yet he was already targeted by the Saint Emperor on the arena. Do you dare to come up and fight me? The young man on the arena looked at Gu Zhong calmly and said. Everyone looked at Gu Zhong nervously, waiting for his reply. Humph, why wouldn't I dare? Gu Zhong suddenly smiled. He took a step forward and instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared on the arena and stood opposite the young man. This young man was called Zhuo Qiandao. He was a disciple of the South Pole Immortal Palace in the depths of the South Pole Divine Sea. He was also the personal disciple of the South Pole Immortal Venerable. Ever since Xian Tong died in the chaotic world, Zhuo Qiandao became the focus of the South Pole Immortal Venerable's training. The South Pole Immortal Venerable and Gu Fei were really fated. The first divine general under the South Pole Immortal Venerable and his first disciple, Xian Tong, both died in the hands of Gu Fei. Gu Fei was a cultivator. The South Pole Immortal Venerable naturally had to have some understanding of the path of cultivation. As a disciple of the South Pole Immortal Venerable, Zhuo Qiandao also had a deep understanding of cultivators. That was why he could see through Gu Zhong's strength with just a glance. "You're the disciple of Gu Fei." Zhuo Qiandao looked at Gu Zhong and his tone became cold. "So what if I am?" Gu Zhong looked at Zhuo Qiandao with a faint smile. "Well, since you're the disciple of Gu Fei, then the rules of the arena will have to be changed." Zhuo Qiandao looked at Gu Zhong with a gaze as sharp as a blade. "If you want to fight, then fight. There are no rules." Gu Zhong said disapprovingly, "I don't kill people, but you're an exception. So the rules have to be changed. We'll fight to determine the winner and the loser. What do you think?" Zhuo Qiandao said, "Very well." Gu Zhong directly agreed. Everyone nervously looked at the two figures on the arena and listened to their conversation. They couldn't help but be startled by Zhuo Qiandao's words. To determine the winner and the loser, to determine life and death. Are they going to fight to the death? Someone said, "Well, there's going to be a good show." Chapter 2848. The current Gu Zhong was not a true Saint King because he had yet to undergo his tribulation. Only after undergoing the tribulation would he be considered a true king among saints. Gu Zhong was very ambitious. He had purposefully suppressed his cultivation and did not trigger the tribulation in the human world. He would undergo it in the heaven realm. The laws of the human world were incomplete. Undergoing the tribulation in the human world could still allow him to become a saint king, and the chances of success would be higher. However, the repercussions were not small. It would cause his path of cultivation to be incomplete and difficult to repair. Of course, there were many people who chose to undergo their tribulations in the human world. After all, it was safer there, and the chances of success were much higher. Gu Zhong cultivated the perfect path of cultivation. Even though he was a saint king, he did not want to leave behind any repercussions that would affect his future cultivation. The sky was dark at this moment. The sky was filled with people, and there was a mountainous figure that occupied an entire region of the sky. In the sky above the mountain range in the distance, there was a figure even taller than the mountain range. It was a qilin covered in a thick layer of scarlet scales. This was a pure-blooded qilin divine beast. An extremely powerful presence radiated from its body, like a ball of fire burning in the surroundings. This time Balan did not come. Otherwise, he might have been able to meet his brother. This divine beast was also a fire qilin. Fire qilins were not commonly seen among the 5 elemental qilins, but now a fire qilin had appeared here. Moreover, its cultivation was extremely powerful. Even Azure Dragon could not help but be moved when he saw this qilin. In another direction, a divine ape stood between 2 mountains. The 2 mountains only reached the ape's waist. The foreign Saint King Zhuo Qiandao had set up the arena for over half a year, attracting countless experts. He had defeated countless Saint Kings, and even a few ancient existences had fallen to his hands. "Planet Buzhou, you belong to the South Pole Immortal Exalt." Gu Zhong examined his opponent before calmly speaking. He was Gu Fei's disciple, so he knew a little about Gu Fei's matters on planet Buzhou. His master, Gu Fei, had a grudge with the South Pole Immortal Lord of Buzhou Ancestral Star, as he had killed the strongest divine general of the South Pole Immortal Abode and the disciple of the South Pole Immortal Lord, Xian Tong. In the human realm, there weren't many cultivators who were successful in their cultivation. Apart from Gu Fei, the martial ancestor's bloodline didn't seem to have left any inheritance. Zhuo Qiandao immediately recognized that Gu Zhong was a martial artist. He had followed the South Pole Immortal Venerable for countless years, so he naturally knew that martial artists were different from the masses. "You guessed it right, but there's no prize." Zhuo Qiandao smiled. Immortal qi surged around him as the pressure of a Saint King radiated from him. All the stars in the sky seemed to tremble. On the arena, ancient immortal runes appeared one after another. A wave of energy enveloped the entire arena, protecting it. On this arena, there were countless marks left by sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. It was filled with the marks of time, and some places even had cracks. TCH, and here I was wondering who it was. So it's the South Pole Immortal Reverence people. That divine general enmity of yours. And that Xian Tong guy. Both died at the hands of my master. You're just unlucky to have encountered me. Gu Zhong said disdainfully, Is that so? Zhuo Qiandao's gaze towards Gu Zhong became extremely sharp and his expression darkened. Xian Tong was his first senior brother. If he didn't die in the hands of Gu Fei, he would have already become an immortal reverend. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. Zhuo Qiandao and Xian Tong had a good relationship. He wanted to avenge his first senior brother. Cut the crap. Come at me if you want to fight. Gu Zhong hooked his finger at Zhuo Qiandao and said with an indifferent expression. He didn't put this personal disciple of the South Pole Immortal Reverend in his eyes. Invincible cultivators in the same realm wasn't a legend. Very well. Since you want to die earlier, I'll grant your wish. Zhuo Qiandao's expression became even colder. His eyes were like a poisonous snake, staring at Gu Zhong. He really wanted to slap this bastard to death like a fly. Buzz. In the next moment, a sword hum came from Zhuo Qiandao's body. A sword light flew out from his body. It was as dazzling as the stars in the sky, directly piercing towards Gu Zhong. This was a stellar sword. Specks of starlight flickered around the sword light as if a starry universe was faintly discernible, giving off a powerful and cold feeling. Clang! Gu Zhong threw a punch. His fist instantly turned golden and dazzled with golden light. His golden fist instantly smashed against the starlight sword light that pierced through the air, producing a metallic sound. Seeing this scene, all the spectating experts were incomparably shocked. This man actually dared to use his body to resist the sword light of an alien. Could it be that this man's body was even more powerful than the opponent's tempered sword light? Under everyone's astonished gazes, the stellar sword light was blown away by Gu Zhong's fist. At the same time, Gu Zhong took a step forward with his extreme speed of 8 steps. He instantly approached Zhuo Qiandao, and his golden fist directly smashed towards Zhuo Qiandao. It was a simple and direct battle skill that did not seem to have any technical content. However, it was this extremely ordinary battle skill that displayed unbelievable power. Zhuo Qiandao was startled. His legs moved, and he instantly retreated like a phantom. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the sword light that was blown away by Gu Zhong's fist immediately flew back. Star River hanging upside down. Zhuo Qiandao let out a roar and channeled all of his power into the starlight sword energy. In the next second, an extremely powerful force of the stars erupted from his body. The space around him seemed to have become a starry sky. Specks of starlight turned into stars that emitted a dazzling divine light. Countless starlight rays quickly converged as if they had truly turned into a star river. It hung upside down from the sky and slashed towards Gu Zhong. Boom! Just at this moment, a ball of resplendent golden light erupted from Gu Zhong's fist. It was as if a golden divine sun had suddenly appeared on the stage. The glaring golden light was so bright that no one could open their eyes. What? Everyone watching the battle was shocked beyond belief. At this time, Gu Zhong's fist force directly shook the starry sky created by Zhuo Qiandao. The golden fist collided with the stellar sword energy. Rumble, a powerful force spread out, causing the entire arena to shake. Ancient immortal runes emerged and interweaved into Tao diagrams that stabilized the entire arena. This arena was not ordinary and could withstand the impact of a heavenly king's power. Swish! 2 figures rapidly moved in the void. Gu Zhong was extremely powerful. He used his fists to continuously clash against Zhuo Qiandao's stellar sword energy. This guy's body is actually so powerful. Many people were shocked to the extreme, especially those who didn't know Gu Zhong's identity. They were dumbfounded. This person was too ferocious. Even Zhuo Qiandao himself felt that it was a bit unbelievable. One should know that no one knew the power of his stellar sword energy better than him. Can a cultivator really be invincible in the same realm? I, Zhuo Qiandao, don't believe it. Thinking up to here, Zhuo Qiandao's stellar sword energy became even more dazzling. An even more powerful sword energy erupted from his body. However, Gu Zhong continued to unleash his fist intent in the midst of the endless stellar sword energy. He unleashed one punch after another at a moderate pace. No matter how many stellar sword energies surrounded him, they couldn't get close to him. It's only been half a year, and this guy's cultivation has actually increased to this level. Qinglong, who was watching the battle from afar, could not help being shocked by the scene on the stage. It must be known that Gu Zhong was not his match half a year ago, but from the looks of it now, it would not be long before Gu Zhong's cultivation and battle strength caught up to him. Xiaoqing was also astonished at this scene. The 9 secrets of immortal Tao were indeed heaven-defying. It had only been half a year, but Gu Zhong seemed to have changed into a completely different person. In truth, what Xiaoqing didn't know was that Gu Zhong had truly become a different person to a certain extent. After all, Gu Zhong had undergone a metamorphosis after his rebirth, breaking out of his cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Naturally, he was different from before. The Taoist came to Xiaoqing's side. Sir Qing. The Taoist bowed to Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing nodded his head and then asked the Taoist, "Who do you think will win in the end?" That's hard to say. After all, Gu Zhong isn't a true Saint King. But it won't be easy for that outsider to defeat Sir Gu Zhong either. The Taoist said after a moment of thought, "That's as good as not saying anything." Little Qing glanced at Iron Blood Taoist and said, "Haha." The Iron Blood Taoist smiled awkwardly and did not say anything else. In truth, he could not tell who had won and who had lost. After all, both of their cultivations were about the same as his. In my opinion, that outsider is going to be out of luck. Little Qing said as he rubbed his chin. He looked at the 2 figures fighting in the arena in the distance. Tao patterns intertwined in his eyes. The Taoist couldn't help but think of something after hearing Xiaoqing's words. He thought of a possibility, and it really did seem to be the case. That outsider was going to be out of luck. At this moment, the entire arena was enveloped by the starry sword radiance from Zhuo Qiandao's body. The entire arena seemed to be floating in the starry sky, making it difficult for ordinary saints to see what was happening inside. Only saints above the Saint King realm could clearly see what was happening inside. Gu Fei's disciple isn't bad. An expert from the older generation murmured. Among the countless experts gathered nearby, a portion of them had a grudge against Gu Fei, such as the Buddhist experts of the West Earth and the Dongfang clan. Chapter 2849. The Beitang clan was a cultivation clan of the Central Plains. That year, when Gu Fei had just started out, he was ambushed by Beitang Ao and Dongfang Long from the Beitang clan on his way from the eastern domain to the southern wasteland. He was poisoned and almost died. However, because of this, he met the Xiaoqing snake, who had yet to take human form and was still a Xiaoqing snake. That Xiaoqing snake helped Gu Fei absorb the poison from his body and saved his life. It could be said that the Beitang clan and Gu Fei had a grudge. Moreover, many disciples of the Beitang clan had died in the hands of Gu Fei. Now that Gu Fei had truly matured, the upper echelons of the Beitang clan were naturally restless. They were afraid that one day Gu Fei would suddenly kill his way to the Beitang clan and start a massacre. The Beitang clan had always been vigilant and paid close attention to the movements of Gu Fei and his disciple. When Gu Zhong appeared on the stage, the people of the Beitang clan were truly startled. At this time, Gu Zhong and Zhuo Qiandao were fighting fiercely on the stage. Their fists shook the starry sky, causing the entire stage to shake. Zhuo Qiandao knew that he had met a real opponent. Buzz. The starry sky trembled, and the stars transformed into peerless sword light, slashing towards the figure in the starry sky whose entire body was emitting golden light. The extremely swift and fierce starry sword light cut through the void, displaying its supreme power. However, it was unable to hurt that guy in the slightest. Gu Zhong was like a golden god of war from the ancient times. His fists shattered the void and collided with the starry sword lights. The sword lights were directly crushed by his fists. Preposterous! Zhuo Qiandao gritted his teeth and unleashed the stellar sword technique with all his might. An even more powerful sword energy immediately spread out from his body. Rumble! The entire starry sky shook violently. Although it wasn't a real starry sky, it was enough to pass off as real. Stars exploded in the starry sky, turning into destructive sword lights that pierced towards Gu Zhong. Haha, is this all you've got? To think that you could remain undefeated for the past half a year. This is truly surprising. Gu Zhong laughed and said, This Zhuo Qiandao seemed to be someone with an undeserved reputation. He only had this kind of cultivation and methods. Gu Zhong was really curious as to how this guy was able to remain undefeated for half a year. A destructive sword light was shattered by Gu Zhong's fists. He was extremely powerful and directly arrived in front of Zhuo Qiandao. He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed his opponent's neck. Zhuo Qiandao was both startled and angry. He directly turned into a sword light and slashed towards Gu Zhong's right hand. A chilling sword energy spread out, causing the temperature of the entire world to rapidly drop. Clang! When the powerful starlight sword slashed down on Gu Zhong's arm, an ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing against metal rang out. Gu Zhong's right sleeve was instantly shredded by the sword chi. Roar! Gu Zhong roared. He shook his right arm and a powerful martial arts force instantly erupted from his arm, shaking off the starlight sword. There was not even a single mark on his arm. All the Saint Kings and above were extremely shocked at this scene. This Gu Zhong was indeed powerful. He had actually cultivated his body to such a powerful level. Swish! The sword light that was knocked away by Gu Zhong immediately disappeared. A figure appeared in the sky. There seemed to be a cluster of stars around him, flickering with specks of starlight. Looks like I can't kill you if I don't use my full strength. Zhuo Qiandao stared at Gu Zhong and coldly said. His eyes could not help but narrow and his face became extremely cold. Humph! Gu Zhong snorted coldly. He then took a step forward and instantly appeared before Zhuo Qiandao. He directly threw a punch at Zhuo Qiandao's face. Swish! Zhuo Qiandao turned into a sword light and shot into the sky, dodging Gu Zhong's punch. Afterwards, his body began to shine with specks of starlight. 9 runes of the starlight path rushed out from his body, interweaving into a simple yet profound diagram. In the next moment, countless stars actually appeared in the sky. Rays of starlight descended from the sky and were forcefully received by him, entering his body. Stars in the day. All the spectators in the distance were stunned at this scene. It was currently daytime and the sun was high up in the sky, but a cluster of stars had appeared in the sky. Rumble! Zhuo Qiandao used a great technique to attract the true power of the stars in the sky. An extremely powerful ripple of energy immediately radiated from his body. One after another, huge stars appeared around him. A total of 9 huge stars appeared around him and revolved around him. They looked like real stars. Die! Zhuo Qiandao roared furiously. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he directly used the power of the 9 stars. The 9 great stars around him immediately turned into supreme sword lights that shot towards Gu Zhong. These 9 sword lights were several times more powerful than his previous starlight sword lights. They could not be compared to the previous starlight sword lights. The power displayed by each sword light was enough to slash down real stars in the sky. Everyone was extremely nervous because many people were defeated by this move from Zhuo Qiandao. One had to know that the 9 great stars gathered the power of the stars. The sword lights they turned into were naturally terrifying to the extreme, causing Gu Zhong's heart to tremble. Roar! Gu Zhong roared and his fists smashed forward like two golden suns. Buzz! The void rumbled, and 2 of the 9 sword lights were blocked by his fists. However, the other 7 sword lights instantly slashed Gu Zhong's body. The extremely ferocious starry sword lights directly sent Gu Zhong flying. Drops of golden blood dripped down from the sky. Bam! Gu Zhong's back smashed into a huge stone pillar at the edge of the stage. Cracks immediately appeared on the stone pillar. If it wasn't for the protection of the immortal runes, the stone pillar would have been smashed to pieces long ago. He fell to the ground. His clothes were shredded by the opponent's sword energy. The places on his body that were struck by the sword were left with bloody marks. Humph! Gu Zhong's body shook. The 7 sword lights immediately rushed out from his body. The sword energy that invaded his body was immediately forced out by him. He wiped away the blood on the corner of his mouth and stared at Zhuo Qiandao, who was walking towards him. One had to admit that Zhuo Qiandao's sword cultivation could be considered invincible among those at the same level. Weren't you very arrogant earlier? What about now? You can't be arrogant anymore, right? Haha, Zhuo Qiandao sneered. 9 dazzling sword lights circled around him, emitting a powerful fluctuation of starlight. These 9 sword lights were still devouring the power of the stars in the sky. Rays of starlight fell from the sky and entered the 9 sword lights. The fluctuation of sword energy from the 9 sword lights became more and more powerful. Shao Qing and the others were shocked by this scene. They couldn't believe that Gu Zhong was really defeated. Someone was both surprised and happy to see Gu Zhong injured. It would be best if Zhuo Qiandao could kill Gu Zhong. This way, it would be the same as cutting off one of Gu Fei's arms. Among the spectators, there were many who had enmity with Gu Fei and his master. There were experts from the Western Earth Buddhist sect, the Dongfang clan, and the Beitang clan. At this time, no one noticed that a little monk with a jade-like appearance appeared in the sky with an alms bowl in his hand. He smiled while looking at the 2 figures on the stage. It's him. After Shao Qing saw this person, he couldn't help but be startled. This little monk was none other than Gu Fei's nemesis, little monk Fan Xiao from the Western Buddhist sect. This little monk had a harmless appearance, but he was someone that even the old turtle was wary of. His arrival caused Shao Qing's group to become nervous. Little monk Fan Xiao's cultivation could be considered unfathomable. Even Shao Qing and the Iron Blood Taoist knew that they were not his match. Once this little monk attacked them, they would be out of luck. Let me send you on your way. At this time, Zhuo Qiandao directly controlled the 9-star sword lights to pierce through Gu Zhong. This extremely powerful sword light turned into a divine rainbow that rushed forward. You want to kill me? Gu Zhong's eyes suddenly became as sharp as the edge of a blade. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes, each several meters long. An extremely powerful metal elemental power erupted from his body. Facing Zhuo Qiandao's killing move, he directly channeled the Heaven Ascension's secret art. His battle prowess sword and his entire body emitted a golden light that pierced through the void. What? Zhuo Qiandao was startled after sensing the sudden burst of power from Gu Zhong's body. It seemed that this guy didn't use his full strength earlier. Moreover, he felt that his opponent's cultivation was a bit strange, as if he was not a true heavenly king. The grand Tao of a heavenly king was not complete. How could this be? This puzzled him, but he didn't have the time to think too much because his opponent's fist was already approaching. Rumble, golden light, and starlight erupted in an instant, causing the entire stage to boil. Pitch black, spatial cracks suddenly appeared like black lightning. The vast power caused cracks to appear on the ancient stage. This scene shocked all the spectators to the extreme. On the stage, the 2 experts used their full strength. This was a battle between fists and sword lights. No one knew which was stronger, the fists or the sword lights. Because the power of the sacred Emperor level Tao laws in the arena was extremely chaotic, even the sacred Emperor level existences couldn't see the situation in the arena at this time. Only the great sage level existences could vaguely see the two figures in the arena. Boom! Chapter 2850. What happened? Why did both of them fall out of the arena? Everyone was in disbelief at this scene. Gu Zhong and Zhuo Qiandao both fell out of the arena at the same time. Who was the winner? Rumble! The arena shook violently and cracks appeared on it, as if it was about to collapse in the void. Even the immortal runes contained in the arena could not protect it at this time. Many of the spectators were Saint Kings who had fought against Zhuo Qiandao before. They were extremely shocked. The battle between the two had actually caused cracks to appear on the arena. This arena was not ordinary. Even a Saint King with his full strength would not be able to damage it at all. However, right now, this sturdy arena was covered in cracks. It was easy to imagine just how powerful the two of them were. This kind of battle prowess had definitely surpassed Saint Kings of the same level. A draw. A Saint Sovereign level existence said such words. I didn't think it would end in a draw. A few great Saint existences could already see the result of this battle. Gu Zhong and Zhuo Qiandao had actually ended in a draw. Neither of them could truly defeat the other. However, at this moment, the two powerful figures were still facing each other. The auras between the two were constantly rising as a powerful aura swept out in all directions. What? Do you still want to fight? Zhuo Qiandao coldly stared at Gu Zhong. A starry sky appeared in the void around him with twinkling specks of starlight. He seemed to have become the ruler of the starry sky. An aura so powerful that even Saint Kings would feel their hearts palpitate spread out, causing the world to lose its color. What do you think? Gu Zhong's entire body was shrouded in golden light. His entire body had turned into a golden man with a dazzling golden light circulating on his skin. 9 golden runes vaguely appeared on his body, giving off a feeling of being filled with power. Since victory and defeat have been decided, life and death have also been decided. Since victory and death have not been decided, let's fight. Zhuo Qiandao coldly said. A chilling killing intent radiated from his body. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as he stared at Gu Zhong. Very well. Gu Zhong nodded. This was exactly what he wanted. Kill! Zhuo Qiandao angrily roared and directly rushed towards Gu Zhong. The faintly discernible starry sky around him suddenly became clear. Inside the starry sky, stars began to burn. Then they turned into supreme sword lights that slashed towards Gu Zhong. At the same time, rays of starlight shot down from the sky and directly entered Zhuo Qiandao's body, drawing the power of the stars for his own use. Gu Zhong didn't say anything. He directly rushed forward and fought against Zhuo Qiandao. Each of his punches was able to knock away the incoming sword lights. We still have to fight. Someone couldn't help but mutter after seeing this scene. Even Shaoqing and the Iron-Blood Taoist were surprised. A prolonged battle wouldn't do Gu Zhong any good. After all, he hadn't passed the heavenly tribulation and become a true Saint Emperor. As for Zhuo Qiandao, he was a true Saint King and an invincible existence among Saint Kings. He had been on the stage for more than half a year and had yet to lose a single time. The two Saint Emperors fought their way into the starry sky. Boom! Gu Zhong punched out and directly shattered a star. The destructive power swept towards Zhuo Qiandao. Everywhere it passed, the void collapsed. It was incomparably terrifying. Bzz! A sword hum resounded through the sky. Zhuo Qiandao turned into an extremely powerful sword light that broke through the destructive power and instantly arrived in front of Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong quickly put his palms together and clamped down on the incoming sword light. The sword light immediately stopped, but a powerful force suddenly erupted from the sword light and knocked his hands away. Swoosh! The sword light flashed and Zhuo Qiandao directly stabbed towards Gu Zhong's chest. It was extremely sharp. Before the sword light reached him, a bone-piercing chill had already struck his heart. Invincible golden body. Gu Zhong furiously roared. His body shook and a ball of golden light immediately surged from his body, enveloping him within it. The sword light that was stabbing towards his chest struck Gu Zhong's protective astral energy and was actually blocked by it. It couldn't stab an inch deeper. Roar! Zhuo Qiandao desperately exerted his strength, but the sword light couldn't stab any deeper. It couldn't break Gu Zhong's protective astral energy. Scram! Gu Zhong threw a punch and directly sent the sword light flying. Swoosh! The sword light disappeared and a figure appeared in the void. Then he slashed towards Gu Zhong. The sword light soared up as if it wanted to split the world in half. Humph! You're not the only one who knows how to play with swords, Gu Zhong said and waved his hand. A dazzling sword astral energy suddenly went to meet the starry sword light. Clang! The heaven-punishing sword light and the starry sword light clashed and intertwined. Clanging sounds rang out continuously as the two sword lights gradually dimmed. Heaven-punishing sword. Gu Zhong was extremely powerful and directly used the killing technique of the heaven-punishing sword technique. A golden sword light immediately rushed out from his hand and emitted the brightest sword light. The golden sword light's speed was extremely fast and instantly cut through Zhuo Qiandao's left arm, causing it to immediately fall off. What? Zhuo Qiandao was extremely shocked. The opponent also cultivated the sword Dao. Moreover, his sword Dao merit law was not any weaker than his starry sword technique. He only felt a sword energy invading his body and quickly destroying his vitality. While Zhuo Qiandao was still in shock, Gu Zhong had already taken a step forward and instantly arrived above his head. Gu Zhong stomped down. This was the martial path battle technique, the 8 killing steps. A powerful martial path battle technique descended from Gu Zhong's right foot. Bolts of lightning seemed to appear beneath his feet as destructive power erupted. Bang! Zhuo Qiandao's face was solidly kicked by Gu Zhong, and he fell down from the sky. I'll send you on your way. Gu Zhong's body swayed and turned into a dazzling sword light. It descended from the sky and pierced towards Zhuo Qiandao, who had yet to land on the ground. However, at this moment, Zhuo Qiandao's figure suddenly disappeared, causing Gu Zhong to be shocked. The Great Void Technique. Gu Zhong muttered to himself. At this moment, a sword light silently pierced out from the void behind his head, piercing towards the back of his head. Gu Zhong did not even think about it. He turned around and threw a punch, sending the incoming sword light flying. Come out! Chapter 2851. The battle between Gu Zhong and Zhuo Qiandao had reached its climax. Gu Zhong used the 9 heaven-punishing swords to cut off Zhuo Qiandao's left arm, then stomped him down from the sky. Zhuo Qiandao was enraged. He used a void technique to escape into the void and attacked Gu Zhong. However, Gu Zhong's strength had exceeded his expectations. Gu Zhong had nearly knocked him out of the empty space with a single palm strike from him. Swoosh! Zhuo Qiandao remained hidden in the void. Rays of starry sword lights continuously flew out from the void towards Gu Zhong. However, such an attack couldn't do anything to Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong waved his fists and shattered all the incoming sword rays. Void technique, I'll play with you. Gu Zhong smiled. After that, his silhouette disappeared as well, as though he had vanished into thin air. He entered the void. His body seemed to have fused with the surrounding void. This was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the void reversal secret art. What? Seeing the scenes, Zhuo Qiandao's shock was no small matter. Boom! The void trembled. Gu Zhong instantly appeared next to Zhuo Qiandao and directly punched him, knocking him out of the void. A descendant of an immortal sovereign? So this is all you can do. Gu Zhong was extremely domineering. He stepped out of the void and coldly stared at Zhuo Qiandao, who was rolling away. Zhuo Qiandao felt a gush of blood rushing up his throat after hearing this. He then spurted out a mouthful of blood, but he couldn't stop himself from vomiting it. Roar! Zhuo Qiandao stopped his retreat and stabilized his body. He roared towards the sky, and his entire body emitted bright starlight. His left arm that was cut off by Gu Zhong's sword was rapidly regenerating. His flesh and bones were rapidly regenerating. Swoosh! A ray of sword light shot out from his body. It was the heaven-punishing sword chi that had invaded his body when Gu Zhong had chopped off his arm. He did his best to force out the heaven-punishing sword chi. His entire body withered as he coughed out blood. He had been defeated, thoroughly defeated. He had actually been defeated by the Tao of the sword. Not even in his wildest dreams did Zhuo Qiandao think that he would lose to his most powerful sword Tao. I remember you said before that we would decide victory and defeat, as well as life and death. Now that you've lost, do you want me to use it, or do you want to do it yourself? Gu Zhong crossed his arms and teasingly looked at Zhuo Qiandao. Zhuo Qiandao ferociously stared at Gu Zhong with a vicious gaze, like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. It was as if he could attack Gu Zhong at any moment. You don't have the qualifications to kill me. Zhuo Qiandao stared at Gu Zhong and gritted his teeth. Then he soared into the sky and turned into a ray of starlight that flew towards the divine island in the sky. Gu Zhong didn't stop him and let Zhuo Qiandao escape. At this moment, all the spectators were shocked to the extreme. No one expected Gu Zhong to be able to defeat Zhuo Qiandao. One had to know that Zhuo Qiandao had set up the arena for more than half a year. Before Gu Zhong, no one had been able to defeat this foreign heavenly king. To be able to remain undefeated for more than half a year, this Zhuo Qiandao was definitely a great character. Unfortunately, he met Gu Zhong, so his fate was destined to be tragic. Very quickly, the surroundings of the arena were in an uproar. This was definitely a major event that shook the entire Central Plains. Even the great powers of the other 4 regions were alarmed. Gu Zhong became famous. At this moment, Shaoqing and the Iron-Blood Taoist rushed over. After meeting up with Gu Zhong, they directly left this region. They didn't return to the eastern domain. About 1,000 miles away from the arena, there was a big city. This big city was called Taihao City. It was said that in the distant past, there was once a person called Taihao who came to this place and built this city. So this city was called Taihao City. There were many shops in Taihao City. Moreover, many of them were open to serve cultivators. If Gu Fei was here, he would naturally be familiar with the name Taihao. This was because Taihao was a supreme expert that came from Kunlun's ancestral star. Gu Fei had been to Kunlun's ancestral star before, so he naturally knew about Taihao's origin. At this time, Shaoqing and Gu Zhong's group were walking on the main street of Taihao City. There were people coming and going on the street. Both sides of the street were filled with shouts. Many people were setting up stalls on the side of the street. Come and take a look. Supreme grade heavenly chinstone is being sold at a low price. Hurry up. Phoenix egg only selling for 50,000 kilograms of immortal crystals. Hurry up. There won't be another shop like this after this one. On the side of the street, a middle-aged man was holding a fist-sized crimson egg and selling it. What? Phoenix egg? 50,000 kilograms of immortal crystals? Gu Zhong's group was shocked. That was a phoenix egg. But if it was so easy to obtain, then it was most likely a scam. This heavenly chinstone is not bad, the Iron-Blood Taoist said. However, he had no intention of buying it. He already had the phoenix tribulation, so he didn't need to refine other weapons. Along the way, they saw quite a few roadside stalls selling extremely heaven-defying things. This was definitely impossible. Since when did godly medicines and holy medicines become things that could be found everywhere on the streets? Xiaoqing's group found an inn to stay in. At this time, The news of the defeat of a Saint King had already reached Taihao City. Gu Zhong sat in the guest room. After his battle with Zhuo Qiandao, he could feel that his heavenly tribulation would come at any time. He didn't want to undergo the tribulation in the mortal world, so he could only seal his Saint King's cultivation. However, Gu Zhong didn't expect that Zhuo Qiandao would appear again on the second day. Moreover, he went onto the stage and directly challenged Gu Zhong. "Lord Gu Zhong, do you want to accept the challenge?" The iron-blood Taoist came to Gu Zhong's room and asked. At this time, Shaoqing walked out of the inn and strolled around Taihao City. Haha, who does that guy think he is? Do I have to go just because he wants to challenge me? Plus, the outcome was decided yesterday, so there's no need to pay attention to him, said Gu Zhong. He didn't take Zhuo Qiandao seriously, but there was a problem with his cultivation. If he went to fight Zhuo Qiandao, he would probably attract the heavenly tribulation of a Saint King. It was very disadvantageous for him to undergo the tribulation in the mortal world. If that's the case, I'll go meet that guy. The iron-blood Taoist said. All right, go. Gu Zhong didn't say anything else and nodded. After that, the iron-blood Taoist left Taihao City, and then he soared into the sky and flew towards the arena. Not long after, Shaoqing returned. He was not very surprised when he heard that the iron-blood Taoist went to fight. Instead, he stared at Gu Zhong for a long time, to the point where Gu Zhong felt a little embarrassed. Go to the Heaven Realm. Chapter 2852. The Heaven Realm was vast and boundless. The human clan only occupied a very small part of the Heaven Realm. The Heaven Realm was mysterious and unfathomable. There were countless secrets buried in it. Even during the Great Calamity back then, the Heaven Realm was able to survive and survive. Some people said that the Heaven Realm was the hope of the human race and all other races. Of course, this did not include the demons. It was the invasion of the demons that led to the destruction of the untainted world. The current mortal realm was far less vast than the untainted world of the past. In that era, there were many powerful races, and even supremes could be seen. But now, the mortal realm was actually not a complete great world because it was only a part of a destroyed great world. The world was incomplete. Even after countless years of recuperation and evolution, it was still difficult to repair the damage caused in the past. Therefore, the ancient powers that had existed since the untainted world of the ancient times were not willing to let their disciples undergo the heavenly tribulation in the mortal realm. They had no choice but to undergo the heavenly tribulation in the mortal realm. But now that they had a choice, they were naturally more willing to undergo the heavenly tribulation in the heaven realm. Only a perfect heavenly tribulation could create a perfect heavenly king. There was no doubt that Gu Fei wanted to go to the heaven realm. But now, both Gu Fei and the old turtle were in seclusion. They were trying to figure out which step they wanted to take. This step was too important. As long as they took this step, they could soar into the sky and undergo the ultimate transformation. They could touch the legendary ultimate realm. No one knew when Gu Fei and the old turtle would come out of seclusion. Even Gu Zhong, Gu Fei's personal disciple, did not know. Of course, during Gu Fei's seclusion, one person was bored to death. That was Gu Ling. When the spiritual body of the mysterious creature in the heavenly ruins Forbidden Zone killed its way to Wansheng City, she was sent into Gu Fei's inner world and stayed there ever since. Gu Fei had 3 inner worlds: the Hell Realm, the Naiwen Palace between his eyebrows, the small world created by the chaotic embryo, and the divine land obtained from the god race's old ancestor. This divine land was refined into his dantian and became his inner world. Gu Fei had long since had the thought of merging the 3 inner worlds, but he had never put it into action. He had some misgivings, because if he failed, the 3 inner worlds would be destroyed. Especially the Hell Dao, this inner world was originally a part of the 6 paths of reincarnation refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. It had the greatest hidden danger. One must know that if the ancient Buddha Lord hadn't fallen, then Gu Fei would be in big trouble once he returned. Although Gu Fei's godly land was good, there was nothing fun about it. Gu Ling was like a king of children, and all the living beings in the godly land had been harmed by her. Even the immortal herbs in the depths of the godly land were afraid of her. They would hide from her whenever they saw her. The Meng family had become her errand boy, and Menglong had gone crazy with her. I don't know what's wrong with father. Why won't he let me out? On one of the spiritual peaks, Guling was squatting on a huge rock and muttering to herself. At this moment, in the central plains, where Zhuo Qiandao had set up his arena, there was a sea of people. Even powerful beings from other races had come. 2 powerful figures were moving quickly on the arena as they fought fiercely. I didn't expect Gu Fei's subordinate to be so strong. Someone said, some people in the Central Plains knew about the Iron Blood Taoist. He was Gu Fei's right-hand man. This person seems to have received the inheritance of the ancient immortal Taoist. How can he not be strong? Someone said. At this moment, on the arena, the shadow of a divine phoenix appeared on the Iron Blood Taoist's body. An extremely powerful divine phoenix aura spread from his body. In the void around him, the true fire of the divine phoenix was faintly discernible, burning the void until it was annihilated silently. The person fighting with him was naturally Zhuo Qiandao. It had to be said that Zhuo Qiandao was quite capable. He had just been defeated by Gu Zhong yesterday, but today he jumped out full of energy and challenged Gu Zhong by name. However, Gu Zhong had no time to pay attention to this guy. BZZZ. The star's sword in Zhuo Qiandao's hand hummed. Rays of sword light pierced through the void and slashed at the Iron Blood Taoist. Every ray of sword light attracted the power of the stars in the sky to support it. Humph! The Iron Blood Taoist's hands continued to form seals. This was a secret technique of the Divine Phoenix clan, known as the Immortal Divine Phoenix Seal. The terrifying power of the Divine Phoenix surged out from the seals he formed with his hands. Shadows of divine phoenixes rushed out from his hands and collided with the starry sword light that was piercing through the air. Rumble! The arena shook as the 2 Saint King powers collided. The vast and powerful ripples of power directly shook the ancient arena. The divine phoenix shadows and the rays of sword light disappeared in the void at the same time. You're not my opponent, Zhuo Qiandao said proudly. Zhuo Qiandao proudly declared. The stellar sword in his hand emitted an even brighter sword light. An even more powerful sword energy rippled out from his long sword. Uft! You think too highly of yourself. The Iron Blood Taoist stared at the figure that seemed to be standing in the starry sky and said coldly. However, he had to admit that this guy did have the right to be arrogant. Call that guy Gu Zhong out. I'm running out of patience. Zhuo Qiandao's tone became cold. As his eyes opened and closed, a dazzling light shot out from his eyes like 2 dazzling stars. How dare you? Do you really think you're invincible? The Iron Blood Taoist was very displeased. Who did this guy think he was? He actually dared to look down on him. No matter how he looked at him, this guy was extremely loathsome. Kill! The Iron Blood Taoist roared, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. 9 divine phoenix runes appeared on his body. With a sway of his body, he actually turned into a divine phoenix the size of a small mountain. Everyone who saw this was somewhat dumbfounded. Phoenix transformation art. Some of the old-timers cried out in alarm. I didn't think that he would actually cultivate the Phoenix transformation art. Someone exclaimed, the Phoenix transformation art was the most powerful art of the Divine Phoenix clan. It allowed one to transform into a divine phoenix and display some of the power of the Divine Phoenix ancestor. At this moment, an endless amount of divine phoenix true fire surged from the body of the divine phoenix and instantly engulfed Zhuo Qiandao's figure. The true fire directly swept across the arena and burned half of the sky. Chapter 2853. Up in the sky, the stars trembled. Boundless starlight rained down from the heavens, entering the silhouette under the starry sky. An extremely powerful astral energy spread out from the silhouette. The power of the cosmic stars. Someone saw the clues and stared at the starry sky above. Above the starry sky, there were 365 stars that had become especially bright. Kill. Endless starlight sprinkled down, and star-like Tao patterns rushed out from that figure, imprinting into the void. 365 specks of starlight appeared around that person, resonating with the 365 real stars in the sky. Rumble, Zhuo Qiandao used the power of the cosmic stars to suppress the divine phoenix below the arena. The terrifying, destructive power obliterated the void, and the chaotic air was shaken out. A phoenix cry was heard. The divine phoenix on the arena soared into the sky and rushed towards Zhuo Qiandao. Clang! The divine phoenix flapped its golden wings and soared into the sky. They turned into supreme sword lights that slashed towards Zhuo Qiandao. Each of the sword lights had the divine phoenix Tao runes and emitted a terrifying divine phoenix aura. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. This was a battle between the power of the divine phoenix and the power of the stars. This was a huge collision. The power of the divine phoenix was unyielding and indestructible, but it was blocked by the power of the cosmic stars. The starlight intertwined to form a diagram. A formation. I can't believe someone in this world still knows about the lost cosmic stars formation. Formations like this had long since been lost in the ancient era. According to the legends, the all-heaven star formation had been created by a personal disciple of one of the paragons of the immortal Tao, the Supreme Tao Father. During the dark times of the late primordial era, countless cultivators fell during the Great Calamity. Even the disciple of the Supreme Tao Ancestor was no exception. Some people saw the disciple of the Supreme Tao Ancestor die in battle under the starry sky. His blood dyed the entire sky red. Of course, some people said that the disciple of the Supreme Tao Ancestor would not die so easily. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were not to be trifled with. It would be difficult to die even if one wanted to. However, the might of the great heavenly cycle stellar formation was not small. It drew upon the power of the entire starry sky for its own use. Rumble, pitch-black spatial cracks spread out in all directions like black lightning. Each crack was as big as a mountain, and a terrifying aura spread out from them. The Iron Blood Taoist and Zhuo Qiandao both used their full power without holding anything back. The stars in the sky trembled as their power crazily gathered towards Zhuo Qiandao. Go to hell! Zhuo Qiandao angrily roared as countless star runes rushed out from his body. It was as if he had turned into a real star that emitted the most dazzling starlight and suppressed the phoenix below. You don't have the qualifications to kill me. The Iron Blood Taoist's voice rang out amidst the 1,000 layers of true flames of the divine phoenix. The true flames of the divine phoenix burned half the sky red, and even the saints watching from afar could feel the waves of heat. It was as if the essence in their bodies were about to be ignited. What a terrifying true phoenix flame! Some of the saints found it hard to resist and quickly retreated. At this moment, the real phoenix flapped its wings and directly charged towards the star that was pressing down from the sky. This was an incomparably shocking scene. Boom! With a loud bang, the divine phoenix and the star instantly collided. The entire world trembled as if the sky was about to collapse. Zhuo Qiandao's heavenly cycle stellar formation exploded while the Iron Blood Taoist divine phoenix also dissipated in the void. 2 figures were sent flying. Even the ancient arena was sent flying, and the divine light emitted by the arena dimmed. Wow! The Iron Blood Taoist barely managed to stabilize himself after flying for more than 10,000 feet. Then he felt a sweetness in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a cracking sound as the power of the stars exploded in his body. In just an instant, he didn't know how many bones in his body had cracked. Preposterous! The iron-blood Taoist's body emitted a fiery light as if a divine phoenix was being reborn from the fire. The sound of bones rubbing against each other came from his body as the power of the stars rushed out and dissipated in the void. His wounded body was instantly healed. Zhuo Qiandao didn't have it easy either. He was also blown away for 10,000 feet. His body was penetrated by 9 sword rays. His hair was disheveled, and he spat out blood in an extremely embarrassing manner. Draw. Everyone was shocked after seeing this scene. It was truly hard to imagine that Zhuo Qiandao had set up this arena for half a year. Not only could no one defeat him, but no one could even draw with him. How is this possible? Zhuo Qiandao gritted his teeth and said. His expression was extremely ferocious as blood seeped out of his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. This was truly bleeding from all 7 orifices. You dare to call yourself unbeatable in the same realm with just this little ability? Bah! The iron-blood Taoist coldly said. Humph! Zhuo Qiandao sneered. 9 star inscriptions appeared on his body and attracted the power of the stars in the sky. 9 sword rays immediately rushed out of his body. The sword chi that had entered his body was forced out by the power of the stars. The 9 bloody holes on his body healed at a visible rate. A shocking battle intent erupted from his body. He still wanted to fight. However, at this moment, a fiery light descended from the sky and landed in the iron-blood Taoist's hand. It was a communication talisman. Yeah. The iron-blood Taoist's expression changed after reading the information on the talisman. He then said to Zhuo Qiandao, I'll fight you to the death next time. With that, the iron-blood Taoist directly shot into the sky and disappeared into the distance. Zhuo Qiandao wanted to stop the iron-blood Taoist, but he was just too fast. A divine phoenix could travel 100,000 kilometers in an instant. This was not just a legend. Although the iron-blood Taoist was not a true divine phoenix and could not travel 100,000 kilometers in an instant, there were not many saint kings that could catch up to him at the same level. At the same time, Gu Zhong had already announced that he wanted to fight Zhuo Qiandao in the Heaven Realm. He would also set up a stage in the Heaven Realm and wait for Zhuo Qiandao's arrival. Gu Zhong told Zhuo Qiandao that he could go to the Heaven Realm if he had the guts. As long as Zhuo Qiandao dared to come, he would definitely beat the crap out of him. Afterwards, when the iron-blood Taoist returned to Taihao City, Gu Zhong's group directly used the teleportation formation in the city to return to Wanxiang City. They were preparing to go to the Heaven Realm. Although Gu Zhong had seen many things with Gu Fei, he still couldn't help but feel nervous at this time. Heaven Realm. Chapter 2854. Inside the city, Lord's mansion of Wanxiang City, the upper echelons of the city gathered in the main hall. Gu Zhong and Xiao Qing left Wanxiang City for the sky market after giving some instructions. Everyone was shocked. Why did Gu Zhong and Xiao Qing want to go to the heavenly realm at this time? However, they soon found out the reason from the iron-blood Taoist. Gu Zhong was undergoing the Heavenly King tribulation. Gu Zhong was a prideful man and naturally did not want to undergo the tribulation in the mortal realm. Tribulation in the heavenly realm. The heavenly saint of the heaven, earth, and mortal saints said thoughtfully, Lord Gu Zhong is going to undergo the tribulation in the heavenly realm. Zhuge Liang and the others were shocked. They had heard that the success rate of undergoing the tribulation in the heavenly realm was very low. The heavenly tribulation in the heavenly realm was extremely powerful. Very few people could succeed, and most of them would die under the tribulation. Compared to the heavenly realm, the success rate of undergoing the tribulation in the mortal realm was much higher. Zhuge Liang and the others' cultivation had not reached that level yet. Thus, they did not know the difference between undergoing the tribulation in the mortal realm and the heavenly realm. Only the saint-level existences would know. Gu Zhong's heart is higher than the sky. Someone sighed in the main hall. Not long after Gu Zhong and little Qing left, The higher-ups of Wanxiang City that were gathered in the main hall of the city, Lord's mansion, also dispersed and went to do whatever they needed to do. Soon, the news of Guzhong ascending to the heaven realm spread. Just as Guzhong and little Qing were about to head to the sky market and step onto the ancient path to heavens, in the central plains, on a divine island floating high in the sky, two people were sitting at a stone table in a pavilion. Both of them were young men, but anyone could tell who was the master and who was the servant with just a glance. "Master, I didn't expect you to come so fast." One of the young men in the pavilion spoke to the other in a respectful tone. "What happened? I heard that you were defeated by someone called Guzhong. That Guzhong is also the disciple of Gu Fei, right?" The young man said indifferently. At this moment, Zhuo Qiandao's forehead was covered in sweat. He did not even dare to breathe heavily in front of this young man. The only person who could make Zhuo Qiandao fearful was the South Pole immortal sovereign from the South Pole Divine Sea on the Bozhou ancestral star. South Pole immortal Venerable personally departed from the Bozhou ancestral star and arrived at the soaring dragon ancestral star. What made South Pole immortal Venerable depressed was that his good disciple was actually defeated by Gu Fei's disciple. This was hard for him to accept. "Yes." Zhuo Qiandao nodded. "Then why don't you scram to the heaven realm and bring Guzhong's head back to me?" South Pole immortal Venerable said. His tone was very calm. He already knew what happened earlier, including Guzhong's words. "Yes, master." Zhuo Qiandao quickly accepted the order and left the hall. Very quickly, Zhuo Qiandao left the divine island and headed towards the eastern domain. If he wanted to go to the heaven world, he had to go to the eastern domain, enter the sky ruins, and step on the ancient heaven road. While Zhuo Qiandao was heading towards the eastern domain, Guzhong and Shaoqing had already set foot on the ancient heaven road. At this time, Gu Fei and the old tortoise were in seclusion. However, there was a checkpoint at the exit of the ancient heaven road. There were still people collecting the fees to enter the heaven realm. The reason why the heaven realm demons still dared to do this and were not afraid of the public's wrath was because, although the old turtle was not in the heaven realm, there was an unimaginably powerful being guarding the demon Lord's palace in the sky above the western underworld sea. "Master Qing, you're back." When little Qing and Guzhong walked out of the ancient road to heaven, the two demon race experts guarding the checkpoint saw little Qing and immediately went forward to pay their respects. "Yes. Did anything happen here recently?" Shaoqing nodded and asked. "With the old ancestor guarding this place, no one dares to be presumptuous." A middle-aged man among the two demon race experts said, "That's for the best." Little Qing said. Then he encouraged the two demon race experts and soared into the sky with Guzhong. They landed on an island floating in the sky. This was a divine island with enchanting scenery. There were pavilions dotting the mountains, making it look like a fairyland. Shaoqing brought Guzhong to the depths of the divine island to pay a visit to the old ancestor of the demon race. However, the old ancestor happened to be out. They settled down on the divine island first. At this time, the heaven realm was in chaos, just like the mortal realm. Something big happened in the eastern earth of the heaven realm. Some people saw the ancient heavenly emperor's figure in the eastern earth. In a short period of time, the atmosphere of the entire eastern earth became extremely tense. One should know that the eastern earth was originally the ancient heavenly emperor's territory. However, it had now become the territory of the demon race and the Nether sect. Some people thought that the ancient heavenly emperor had been preparing in secret for a long time and that it was time to take back what he had lost. However, others thought that if the ancient heavenly emperor dared to provoke the demon race of the heaven realm, he would be digging his own grave. One should know that the demon lord even dared to attack the forbidden regions. However, the first place in the heaven realm to become chaotic was somewhat unexpected. That was because that place was the snow region, a somewhat special place. Even the people from the immortal domain's immortal palace couldn't intimidate those powerful existences. Especially when the prison realm collapsed, countless great omens escaped. These great omens became the fuse of the war in the snow domain. In a short period of time, the snow domain became the most eye-catching place in the heaven realm. Of course, whether the heaven realm was in chaos or not had nothing to do with Guzhong. He was going to the heaven realm to undergo his heavenly king tribulation. He was very confident that he could succeed. However, he didn't forget that he still had a battle with Zhuo Qiandao. He was waiting for Zhuo Qiandao. When Zhuo Qiandao stepped on the ancient road to heaven and entered the heaven realm, Guzhong announced that he wanted to challenge Zhuo Qiandao. At this time, the old ancestor of the divine island finally returned. Shaoqing and Guzhong quickly went to greet him. Then Guzhong set up an arena in the West Dark Sea, an arena that only Zhuo Qiandao and the others could enter. When Zhuo Qiandao heard the news, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This Guzhong was too hateful. Did he want the entire heaven realm to know that he had lost to him? Zhuo Qiandao was a proud and arrogant person, so he cared a lot about gossip. He directly went to find them and then went up the stage to challenge Guzhong. Swoosh! The moment Zhuo Qiandao stepped onto the stage, Guzhong also descended from the sky and landed on the stage. Zhuo Qiandao was a proud and arrogant person, so he cared a lot about gossip. He directly went to find them and then went up the stage to challenge Guzhong. Swoosh! Chapter 2855. Guzhong had set up an arena in the western mysterious ocean and waited for Zhuo Qiandao's arrival. Unexpectedly, Zhuo Qiandao actually came and directly stepped onto the arena. I have to say, you are really courageous. On the arena, Guzhong looked at Zhuo Qiandao and said indifferently. He didn't think that Zhuo Qiandao would really come. Could it be that he had absolute confidence in winning? Less nonsense, let's begin. Zhuo Qiandao's entire body was filled with murderous intent. He stared at Guzhong, and a layer of blood-red light appeared in his eyes, as if he was about to fall into a state of madness. Very well. Since you want to reincarnate as soon as possible, I will grant your wish. No, if you lose, you won't even have the chance to reincarnate. The corner of Guzhong's mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. At this moment, countless experts had gathered in the western mysterious ocean. People from various regions of the heaven realm had arrived. One should know that the news of Guzhong setting up an arena had already spread. Of course, Guzhong was not bored enough to set up an arena to accept everyone's challenge. He only did it for Zhuo Qiandao. Just as the battle was about to erupt, an old man stood on the divine island high up in the sky. He was looking down from the sky. Gu Fei's disciple, interesting. The old man smiled. His voice was very old. In fact, not many people in the heaven realm knew that Guzhong was Gu Fei's disciple. Boom! At this moment, a great star rushed out from Zhuo Qiandao's head and emitted a myriad of starlight. A powerful heavenly king's aura spread out from the star. Star Grand Dao! Someone exclaimed. It was very rare to see someone cultivating this Grand Dao. It was no wonder that someone would be shocked when a star saint king appeared at this moment. Guzhong, I will kill you this time, Zhuo Qiandao coldly said. He stared at Guzhong with a cold and ruthless gaze, like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. Haha, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Guzhong laughed. Since this guy dared to come to the heaven realm to fight, he must have something to rely on. However, Guzhong also had something to rely on. Kill! Zhuo Qiandao angrily roared and stomped on the ground. His entire body turned into a bright ray of light that pierced towards Guzhong. At the same time, the big star above his head also turned into a frightening sword ray that descended from the sky and slashed towards Guzhong. One hand covering the sky. Guzhong extended his right hand and unleashed the heaven-shrouding hand. A huge golden hand immediately appeared in the void and pressed forward. Buzz! Guzhong's right hand collided with Zhuo Qiandao's starlight sword energy and directly stopped this sword light. What? Zhuo Qiandao was shocked to the extreme. It was as if his sword energy had collided with an immortal divine iron and almost injured himself. At the same time, Gu Zhong's heaven-shrouding hand collided with the sword light that pierced down from the sky. Two extremely powerful forces clashed, and the entire sky was drowned by countless Dao runes. The heaven-covering hand blocked the starlight sword chi, and the sword chi exploded. Streaks of starlight Dao patterns were imprinted in the void, turning into a peerless sword light that pierced through the void. Even the chaotic aura was struck out. However, regardless of how sharp and powerful the sword light formed from the starlight Dao markings were, Gu Zhong's heaven-covering hand was like an insurmountable mountain that blocked all of the sword light. I haven't seen you for a few days, and your cultivation seems to have improved quite a bit, Gu Zhong said. His entire body was emitting a golden light. Golden Dao runes faintly appeared and interweaved on his body. He was like a golden god of war that came from the primordial era, extremely powerful. You're not bad yourself. Within the sword light that Gu Zhong's right hand blocked, there was a vague figure that was faintly discernible. That figure emitted a shocking, murderous intent. At this moment, Gu Zhong's gigantic hand that blotted out the sky above the stage came crashing down like a mountain, completely obliterating the starlight sword chi. I gave you a bit of sunshine, and you're dazzling. I'm just messing with you. Ha! Gu Zhong laughed heartily and shook his right hand. 9 golden patterns of the way immediately emerged from his palm. With a bang, the power of the great path erupted and directly sent the sword light flying. Zhuo Qiandao was extremely shocked. His figure directly appeared on the arena and fiercely stared at Gu Zhong. His cultivation had improved a lot, but he was still not a match for this guy. After Zhuo Qiandao was defeated by Gu Zhong, the South Pole Immortal Venerable forcefully helped Zhuo Qiandao increase his cultivation. At this moment, Zhuo Qiandao was only half a step away from the Great Saint Realm. However, Zhuo Qiandao realized that he had underestimated Gu Zhong. I already said that you came to die. Sigh, there are still people who are so stupid in this era. What a weirdo, Gu Zhong ridiculed. Preposterous. I'll fight you to the death. Zhuo Qiandao was enraged. He gritted his teeth and 9 balls of starlight immediately rushed out from his body. Within each ball of starlight, there was a star that was radiating dazzling starlight. 9 waves of supreme starlight surged out from the 9 balls of starlight. That is... Even Gu Zhong's heart shook when he sensed the terrifying fluctuations emanating from the 9 balls of starlight, and he was extremely shocked. A real star. Gu Zhong's pupil shrank when he saw the scene. The 9 balls of starlight were extraordinary. They were real stars that were refined into fist-sized balls. The power of the stars contained in each ball of starlight was unimaginably powerful. Once Zhuo Qiandao fused with the 9 balls of starlight, his battle strength would definitely soar to an unimaginable level. However, Gu Zhong did not stop him. He was also very curious. He wanted to see to what extent this guy could increase his battle strength. Swoosh! The 9 balls of starlight instantly entered Zhuo Qiandao's forehead. In the next second, his body emitted an endless amount of starlight. 9 powerful star runes emerged from his forehead and interweaved into a mysterious star diagram. His divine soul, even his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones seemed to be ignited by sparks. A destructive aura spread out from his body. He's really going to risk his life. Gu Zhong suddenly felt a sense of trepidation. It was as if Zhuo Qiandao had become a completely different person in this instant. At this time, all the experts watching from afar were extremely shocked. Some of them noticed something and couldn't help but change their expressions. This person actually fused 9 real stars with his soul. This was too crazy. The power of 9 stars was indeed very powerful. Zhuo Qiandao's expression was ferocious as he held his head and roared in pain. However, he quickly stopped and lifted his head to glare at Gu Zhong like a wounded beast. This Gu Zhong was startled by Zhuo Qiandao's appearance. His face was full of blue veins that spread outwards from the center of his forehead. His eyes became blood red with a hint of madness and ferocity. Roar! Zhuo Qiandao roared towards the sky. An extremely violent aura erupted from his body, causing the entire arena to shake. Runes emerged one after another. Swoosh! In the next moment, Zhuo Qiandao directly pounced towards Gu Zhong and instantly arrived in front of him. He opened his mouth and spat out an extremely sharp sword light that directly pierced through Gu Zhong's face. Gu Zhong was startled. The opponent's speed was too fast, so fast that he didn't have time to dodge. He could only unleash a punch that collided with the sword light. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Gu Zhong felt a sharp pain in his hand as a chilling sword chi invaded his arm. Thump! 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 Gu Zhong couldn't help but take 5 or 6 steps back. He looked down and saw that his right fist was cut open by the opponent's sword energy. Golden blood seeped out from the wound. So powerful! Gu Zhong was shocked. After the opponent merged with the 9 starlight balls, his battle prowess had indeed increased to a level that even he was shocked. What kind of secret art was this? Kill! Zhuo Qiandao seemed to have fallen into madness. He directly grabbed the sword light and swept it towards Gu Zhong's waist. The brilliant sword light directly cut through the void. I'm afraid you have teeth and will bite me. Gu Zhong's body shook and the power of his martial body burst forth. An even more powerful martial path energy spread out from his body. Swoosh! Gu Zhong soared up into the sky and dodged Zhuo Qiandao's sword. Then he stomped down on Zhuo Qiandao with a destructive force that wanted to obliterate him. Zhuo Qiandao reached out with his left hand and directly broke through the destructive force. He then grabbed Gu Zhong's right leg. What? Gu Zhong's shock was not small at all. Zhuo Qiandao roared and directly lifted Gu Zhong's leg and fiercely smashed it to the ground. Bang! The arena shook and cracks appeared on the surface of the arena. This little guy is a bit strange. Up in the sky, the ancestors' eyes lit up after seeing this. With his vision, he naturally saw through Zhuo Qiandao. Zhuo Qiandao grabbed Gu Zhong's leg and crazily smashed it a dozen times. The ground cracked, and the entire arena cracked as if it could collapse at any time. Enough! Gu Zhong roared and a powerful ripple of energy erupted from his body. He used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the Heaven Ascension's secret art. His battle prowess instantly soared and he directly broke free. One sword to kill the heavens. Gu Zhong was both shocked and angry at the same time. He directly pointed forward with one finger. An extremely sharp sword light immediately rushed out from his finger and directly pierced towards Zhuo Qiandao. Pluff! Chapter 2856. The West Nether Sea was originally a forbidden area in the extreme west of the Heaven Realm. Ever since the old turtle and Gu Fei worked together to destroy it, this place became very lively because it was the only path between the Heaven Realm and the Mortal Realm. Of course, the old turtle had set up a checkpoint at the entrance of the ancient path. Cultivators entering and exiting the Heaven Realm had to pay a fee, 10 divine medicines or 10 immortal crystals. It was the same for cultivators from the Mortal Realm. If you didn't pay the fee, then I'm sorry, please return home. Some people had tried to force their way in, but they were easily defeated by the experts of the Heavenly Realm. They were even killed on the spot and died. There was nothing much to say. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak. If the cultivators were strong enough to kill the experts of the demon race, the Heaven Realm's demon race would have nothing to say. In fact, not many people dared to do so because they knew that an ancestor-level existence of the demon race was sitting on the divine island above the West Nether Sea. Even the old turtle, the son of the Tai Huang, had to consider himself as a junior in front of this person. On this day, the West Nether Sea was much livelier than usual. Countless cultivators rushed in from outside the West Nether Sea just to watch the battle. Very quickly, the news of Gu Fei's disciple fighting with someone spread. Very few people in the heaven realm knew about Gu Zhong, but almost everyone knew about Gu Fei. This was because Gu Fei's achievements in the heaven realm had already spread across the entire heaven realm. In the cultivation world, if someone said that they knew someone called Gu Fei, then that person would be too far behind. When the news spread to the mortal world, the cultivation world of the mortal world was in an uproar. In just a short period of time, the ancient heaven ascension road was packed with people. Many people and even powerful beings from other races were rushing towards the ancient heaven path. Many of them were willing to pay 10 divine medicines or 10 immortal crystals to enter the heaven realm to watch the battle. At this time, the happiest ones were the experts of the demon race guarding the ancient path. Today, they received so many divine medicines that their hands were sore and the immortal crystals were piled up like a mountain. Rumble, the arena shook. At this moment, Gu Zhong and Zhuo Qiandao were fighting fiercely on the arena. Blood splashed all over the arena. Zhuo Qiandao had fused the power of the 9 stars into his body and stimulated all of his potential, causing his battle strength to soar to the point that Gu Zhong had no choice but to use the Heaven Ascension secret technique. 2 silhouettes were moving rapidly on the arena, and countless Dao patterns were faintly discernible in the void. Bang! Gu Zhong's fist landed on Zhuo Qiandao's shoulder. Crack! Zhuo Qiandao's shoulder was immediately shattered by this fist. However, the moment Zhuo Qiandao was blown away by Gu Zhong's punch, a ray of starlight sword energy instantly left a bloody mark on Gu Zhong's body. A strand of golden blood seeped out from the wound. Humph! Gu Zhonghu's body trembled, and the sword qi that had invaded his body was immediately forced out by him. The next moment, the sword wound on his body rapidly healed and disappeared. His blood energy was vigorous to the extreme. The powerful blood energy that rushed out from the top of his head caused the stars in the sky to tremble as if it could fall down at any time. Gu Zhong was extremely domineering as he took large strides forward. With every step he took, the entire arena shook, and more cracks appeared on the arena. How can this be? How can you be so powerful? Impossible. Zhuo Qiandao couldn't believe it. He fell to the ground and spurted out a mouthful of blood. However, in the next moment, his shoulder that was shattered by Gu Zhong's fist also healed in an instant. At this level of cultivation, no matter what kind of damage the body suffered, it could be instantly healed. Even if it was smashed into pieces, as long as there was a drop of true blood, it could be reconstructed. Gu Zhong cultivated the martial Tao, and he was a martial Saint King. His martial physique was unbelievably powerful and almost indestructible. Nothing is impossible. Gu Zhong sneered and continued to press towards Zhuo Qiandao. His aura constantly increased, and the surrounding space became extremely unstable under the impact of the powerful pressure. Pitch black, spatial cracks constantly appeared. Kill! 9 stars return to 1, annihilate the world. Zhuo Qiandao furiously roared and attacked with all of his strength. The star map on his forehead lit up and 9 specks of starlight emerged. In the blink of an eye, they fused together and turned into an immortal ray of starlight that directly pierced towards Gu Zhong. The supreme power of the stars erupted as the ray of starlight displayed a terrifying might. Wherever the starlight passed, the space was directly annihilated and everything was slashed into nothingness. This, Gu Zhong's heart trembled. He stomped on the ground and turned into a golden ray of light that shot into the sky. However, it was useless even with his extreme speed. The ray of starlight was just too fast, so fast that even he couldn't dodge it. Puff! A golden flower of blood suddenly appeared on Gu Zhong's body. The immortal ray of starlight directly pierced through his Saint King martial physique, causing him to be extremely shocked. However, what shocked him even more was that the ray of starlight actually contained a type of destructive energy, and this destructive energy could actually annihilate the vitality within his body. His flesh, tendons, and bones All of his vitality was constantly being destroyed. Gu Zhong couldn't believe this. He lowered his head and saw that the place where the starlight pierced through had turned into a deathly gray color. The deathly gray color was spreading out from the spot where the starlight pierced through to the other parts of Gu Zhong's body. What a terrifying, annihilating starlight! Gu Zhong couldn't help but be astonished. Haha, Gu Zhong, you're dead for sure. At this time, Zhuo Qiandao crazily laughed. None of the people injured by his annihilating starlight had survived until now. However, every time he used this secret art, his vitality would be greatly injured. This was the price. Even if Zhuo Qiandao could defeat Gu Zhong, he would still suffer from the backlash of the starlight. Not to mention, it was hard to say whether he could defeat Gu Zhong or not. Crap. When Gu Zhong's martial body was pierced by Zhuo Qiandao's annihilating starlight, the old ancestor of the demon race on the divine island in the sky was shocked. Could it be that this star physique is that person's descendant? The old man muttered to himself. He could already see the abnormality of Gu Zhong's body. His vitality was constantly being destroyed, causing him to be shocked. Gu Zhong was the eldest disciple of Gu Fei. If he were to die here, it wouldn't be a good thing for the demon race of the heaven world. Just when the old man was thinking about whether he should help Gu Zhong or not, he suddenly realized that Gu Zhong's body was emitting an unfathomable aura. Then, the destructive power in Gu Zhong's body was being destroyed by this power. What this is. Chapter 2857. 9 Secrets of the Immortal Tao. Secret of Nihility. The old man was extremely shocked. This secret art that had been lost since the ancient times had reappeared in Gu Zhong's body. He found this hard to believe. He was the ancestor of the demon race, an existence from the same generation as the Grand King. He had lived for countless years, so his knowledge was naturally extraordinary. While the old man was shocked, Gu Zhong's life force flourished once again. His blood surged into the sky and actually extinguished the terrifying destructive energy that had invaded his body. What? How is this possible? Zhuo Qiandao sensed the change in Gu Zhong's presence and couldn't help but be shocked. There was actually someone in this world who could survive after his starlight of extinction had penetrated their body. I've already said that nothing is impossible in this world. Gu Zhong was already close to Zhuo Qiandao. Then, he directly punched towards Zhuo Qiandao. An extremely ferocious fist force erupted from his right fist. Millions of golden rays bloomed as if a golden sun had suddenly appeared in the world. An invincible fist, intent, radiated from Gu Zhong's body. It was indomitable and unstoppable. Bam! Zhuo Qiandao could only take a head-on and was directly blown out of the arena by Gu Zhong's fist. His arms were bent in a strange manner. Clearly, the bones in his arms were broken. I don't believe that I can't kill you. Zhuo Qiandao angrily roared as he charged back from outside the arena. Rays of destructive starlight constantly shot out from his forehead and pierced towards Gu Zhong. Haha, you have no choice but to believe it because you really can't kill me. Gu Zhong laughed and punched out. His fists were wide open and actually shattered the rays of destructive starlight. He then pressed towards Zhuo Qiandao with great force. Zhuo Qiandao desperately channeled his 9-star great art, but he could no longer gain any advantage at this time. The starlight of extinction was actually shattered by the opponent's fists. This was unbelievable to Zhuo Qiandao. His 9-star great art was personally taught by the South Pole Immortal Sovereign. Its power was unimaginable. Ordinary heavenly kings were not Zhuo Qiandao's opponent. Even peak heavenly kings would have to suffer when Zhuo Qiandao used his 9-star great art. Zhuo Qiandao indeed had the battle prowess to be undefeatable in the same realm. But unfortunately his opponent was Gu Zhong. Boom! After a muffled sound, a golden light spread out on the stage. Zhuo Qiandao was directly blown away while coughing up blood. He was unwilling to accept this. His battle strength had been raised to the limit, but he still couldn't kill his opponent. The legend of a martial artist being invincible among his peers. Could it really not be broken? That person is going to be unlucky. Someone said, there was no more suspense in this battle. Seems like I overestimated you. Sigh. Gu Zhong said. This fellow was still not a match for him. This meant that the trump card he had prepared was useless, causing him to feel somewhat disappointed. The stronger a cultivator was, the stronger they would become. Gu Zhong hoped that his opponent would be able to fight endlessly with him and fight to his heart's content. This Zhuo Qiandao was still a bit lacking. Shua. The heaven-punishing sword light rushed out from Gu Zhong's hands and directly pierced through Zhuo Qiandao. This was the sword Tao of extinction that could destroy the void of the world. It was countless times more powerful than Zhuo Qiandao's starlight of extinction. Zhuo Qiandao's life force was constantly being destroyed by the heaven-punishing sword light. He heavily slammed into the stage while continuously coughing up blood. The star diagram on his forehead was still operating. The violent power of the stars was vast and mighty. The power of the 9 stars seemed to be going out of control. I will take you down with me. Zhuo Qiandao roared and crawled up from the ground. He was like a crazy heavenly beast as he directly pounced towards Gu Zhong. 9 starlights emerged on his body, erupting with extremely chaotic fluctuations of the power of the stars. You want to self-destruct? Do you think you can die with me like this? Don't be stupid, haha. Gu Zhong burst out in laughter. At the same time, he used his extreme speed of 8 steps to quickly retreat. At the same time, rays of golden sword energy rushed out from his body and interweaved into a net of swords that flew straight towards Zhuo Qiandao. Die for me! Zhuo Qiandao crazily roared. The star diagram on his forehead flew up. In the next second, his eyes lost their luster, and he fell to the ground without making a sound. At this time, the star diagram that rushed out from Zhuo Qiandao's forehead quickly enlarged. A figure sat in the middle of the diagram. It was Zhuo Qiandao's origin spirit. 9 stars revolved around Zhuo Qiandao's primordial spirit and emitted an extremely powerful star power. He really wants to die with me? Gu Zhong was startled, but he didn't panic in the face of the murderous star diagram. Instead, his battle intent surged. A golden light shot out from the center of his brows, as if a divine eye was about to open. It's still the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Could it be that little guy Gu Fei has obtained all 9 secrets of the immortal Tao? The old man on the divine island murmured to himself after seeing this. Since the ancient times, no one had been able to gather all 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. This was because the supreme Tao ancestor had created these 9 secret arts and taught them to his 9 disciples. Each disciple would only be taught 1 secret art. Therefore, other than the supreme Tao ancestor who had mastered all 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, no one else in this world could master all 9 secret arts at the same time. At this time, Zhuo Qiandao's origin spirit controlled the star diagram and directly suppressed Gu Zhong's head. A destructive star power surged from the star diagram and sealed this part of the void. All the living beings in the distance were extremely shocked. They didn't think that the expert fighting against Gu Zhong would want to die with him. This guy is crazy. Someone said. Zhuo Qiandao was forced to this state by Gu Zhong. An expert from the mortal world murmured. Zhuo Qiandao set up an arena in the middle earth of the human world and challenged all the heavenly kings of the human world. In just half a year, he had truly become invincible among his peers and defeated countless heavenly kings. It wasn't until Gu Zhong went to the middle earth and challenged Zhuo Qiandao that Zhuo Qiandao's legend of being invincible within the same realm ended, and he was trampled down from his pedestal. Swish! An extremely resplendent ray of golden light shot out from the center of Gu Zhong's eyebrows. A supreme power of the world radiated from the ray of light. It turned into a sword and instantly charged into the sky. It directly broke through the layers of destructive power from the star Atlas and pierced through Zhuo Qiandao's soul in an instant. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. I refused to accept this. Chapter 2858. A ray of sword light shot out from Gu Zhong's forehead and directly destroyed Zhuo Qiandao's primordial spirit. This shocked everyone to the extreme. "How is this possible?" an old man from the heaven realm exclaimed. All of this was too unbelievable. Could this be the supreme secret art of the legends? Primordial spirit, sword of the Daos. High up in the sky, on the divine island, the old ancestor of the heaven realm demonic race spoke these words. He saw through Gu Zhong's true strength and recognized this supreme immortal Dao secret technique. Only this secret art could instantly destroy Zhuo Qiandao's primordial spirit and kill him. "I already said that you came to die." Sigh. On the stage, Gu Zhong sighed and shook his head. "You, in the sky." Shaoqing was speechless after seeing this scene. Gu Zhong was just showing off after gaining an advantage. However, as soon as Gu Zhong left the arena, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end. Goosebumps appeared all over his body. Without hesitation, he took a step to the right and instantly moved more than 10 meters away. At the same time, a ray of immortal light silently descended from the sky and directly pierced through the place where Gu Zhong originally stood. Even the arena was pierced by this ray of immortal light. "Who is it?" Gu Zhong broke out in a cold sweat. If it wasn't for his abnormal reaction to danger, that attack just now would have been enough to destroy his primordial spirit. This was a destructive ray of immortal light that could destroy everything. Even the arena was pierced by it. What? Shaoqing was also startled by this sudden attack. He took a step forward and instantly crossed the sky to land on the arena. What happened? All the living beings in the sky were indescribably shocked. Someone actually dared to attack Gu Zhong. Who was it? Could it be the ancient celestial emperor? Some people recalled the enmity between Gu Fei and the ancient celestial emperor. Gu Fei was Gu Zhong's master. Moreover, Gu Fei had directly destroyed the ancient celestial emperor's nest. The enmity between the ancient celestial emperor and the ancient celestial emperor could be said to be irreconcilable. This was because the enmity between the two had reached an irreconcilable level. Gu Zhong was Gu Fei's disciple, so it was very likely that the ancient celestial emperor would attack Gu Zhong. While everyone was looking at Gu Zhong and Shaoqing in shock, Zhuo Qiandao's body actually moved and he stood up from the ground. What? Didn't Gu Zhong destroy his primordial spirit? How is he not dead? Everyone was dumbfounded. The scene that happened in the arena had already exceeded everyone's understanding. The primordial spirit being destroyed and the soul dispersing was common knowledge in the world of cultivation. This, even Gu Zhong found it unbelievable. If the primordial spirit sword destroyed Zhuo Qiandao's primordial spirit, then Zhuo Qiandao would definitely be dead. He wouldn't even be able to become a ghost. But now, Zhuo Qiandao's body actually moved and he stood up. How could this be explained? Humph! At this moment, a sneer came down from the sky. The demon race's old ancestor. Gu Zhong and Shaoqing exchanged glances and heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the old ancestor was here, no one could plot against them. Of course, if it was a fair fight, the old ancestor would not interfere even if the opponent killed Gu Zhong. However, if someone broke this balance and wanted to kill Gu Zhong with despicable means, then the old ancestor of the demon race in the heaven realm would not interfere. You. Who are you? Gu Zhong stared at Zhuo Qiandao and asked in a deep voice. This guy's aura had changed greatly, as if he had become a different person. Gu Zhong couldn't help but frown. I didn't expect you to cultivate the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. No wonder my disciple is not your match. Zhuo Qiandao looked at Gu Zhong indifferently and said, Your disciple. You're the South Pole immortal Venerable. Gu Zhong's eyes lit up and said coldly, Zhuo Qiandao was the disciple of the South Pole immortal Venerable. Did this guy take over his disciple's body? The South Pole immortal Venerable was an immortal Venerable of Buzhou ancestral star. He stood at the top of the pyramid in the cultivation world of the entire star. This Zhuo Qiandao raised his head to look at the divine island in the sky, then at Guzhong, and said, "Do you dare to accept my challenge?" "Why not?" Guzhong's pupils contracted as he looked at the Zhuo Qiandao. "Nephew, this," Shaoqing wanted to stop him. One should know that this South Pole immortal venerable was too despicable. He even wanted to take the body of his disciple. Moreover, he didn't help Zhuo Qiandao and allowed him to be killed by Guzhong. It was definitely not a good thing to fight against such a person. "Martial Uncle Qing, don't worry. This guy is only an incarnation that took over Zhuo Qiandao's body. He won't be that strong." Guzhong was very confident. "Very well," the Zhuo Qiandao said coldly. He was no longer Zhuo Qiandao, but an incarnation of the South Pole immortal Venerable. It's a fair fight. Life and death are determined by fate. Think carefully. An old voice came down from the divine island in the sky. "Thank you for your guidance, old ancestor." Guzhong bowed towards the divine island in the sky and said, "Sigh." A sigh came from the divine island in the sky. Then the existence on the divine island stopped talking. "Nephew, you!" Shaoqing glanced at the Zhuo Qiandao and wanted to say something, but he didn't. He then flew up from the stage and retreated to the sky. "I have to admire your courage to accept my challenge." The Zhuo Qiandao suddenly smiled and gave Guzhong a thumbs up. "You seem to have me in your grasp." Guzhong smiled as well. "I won't kill you. I can't bear to. I still want to obtain the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. Haha." The Zhuo Qiandao transmitted his voice to Guzhong. "The 9 secrets of immortal Tao are right here. Come and get them if you can," said Guzhong as he pointed to his head. The smile on his face had already disappeared, replaced with a solemn expression. He would never underestimate any of his opponents. "Very well, I'll come and get them now." As Zhuo Qiandao spoke, his figure instantly disappeared into the void as if he had vanished into thin air. Even Guzhong couldn't see how he disappeared. In the next moment, a huge hand appeared above Guzhong's head. The 5 fingers went straight for Guzhong's head. Swoosh! In the instant that the gigantic hand was about to grab him, Guzhong's figure instantly disappeared without a trace. No one was able to clearly see how he disappeared. This. Chapter 2859. Everyone stared at the arena, only to see 2 silhouettes appearing and disappearing from time to time, directly entering the void and fighting in the void. This was a battle between secret arts of the immortal path. Bang! Boom! Muffled sounds of collisions could be heard from the void above the arena. With each sound, the void above the arena would shatter. 2 figures would appear and disappear in an instant. Guzhong couldn't help but be surprised. This South Pole immortal sovereign had also grasped a secret art of the immortal path. His intuition told him that this guy had more than one secret art. What secret art are those 2 using? Someone asked. After all, the 9 secrets of immortal Tao had disappeared for countless years. There were definitely not many people in the current world who could recognize the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. Apart from some super old fogies, no one knew that the secret technique that the 2 people in the arena used was the anti-emptiness secret technique. A duel between an anti-void secret technique and an anti-void secret technique. This was something that had never happened before, but today such an unbelievable thing had happened. Very soon, the void shattered and a figure charged out. He was coughing out blood, causing golden droplets of blood to drip down from the sky. What? When everyone saw the figure, they were indescribably shocked. The person who was knocked out of the void was actually Guzhong. "Nephew!" In the distant sky, Shaoqing couldn't help but exclaim when she saw this scene. "Humph!" Guzhong sneered. His body shook and a ball of golden light emerged from his body. In the next moment, his injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sacred king martial physique is indeed something. A voice rang out in the sky as a figure walked out. He stared coldly at Gu Zhong as he spoke in an awe-inspiring voice. "Could you be one of the 9 sons of the immortal path?" Gu Zhong stared at the Zhuqiandao and suddenly uttered these words. "What 9 sons? I don't know what you're talking about." The Zhuqiandao replied. "Die." Gu Zhong no longer spoke. With a furious roar, he pounced towards the guy in front of him and threw a punch. A ball of golden light suddenly appeared on his fist. "I already said that you're not my opponent." The Zhuqiandao shook his head and threw a punch as well. Boom! The 2 fists collided with each other, creating a loud bang. It was as if 2 mountains had collided. 2 powerful forces spread out. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye appeared in the void. Gu Zhong only felt an unstoppable force coming from the other party's hand, causing him to involuntarily take a step back. When he focused his gaze, he saw that the fellow in front of him was actually as unmoving as a mountain. What? How is this possible? Gu Zhong was incomparably shocked. He never thought that a human cultivator's physical body would be strong enough to compete with him. Again, Zhuqiandao was extremely domineering. He took a step forward and punched Gu Zhong with his right fist. The void trembled under his fist. "You think I'm afraid of you?" Gu Zhong's arrogance was stimulated. He also punched out. The 2 fists collided in an instant, causing an earth-shattering sound to erupt. A devastating storm swept out from the arena in every direction, and some of the nearby cultivators hastily retreated. However, there were also some particularly unlucky monarchs. The destructive storm instantly enveloped the entire area. A few unlucky monarchs who couldn't escape in time were directly blown away by the storm and exploded in the air, turning into clouds of blood mist. These guys were truly unlucky. Boom! There was another earth-shattering bang, and the whole world was trembling. The void above the arena exploded, and the 2 extremely powerful figures directly fought in the extremely chaotic chaos. Gu Zhong became more and more shocked as the battle went on. This guy was truly powerful. Compared to the real Zhuqiandao, one was in the sky while the other was on the ground. There was simply no comparison. Bam! A muffled sound rang out from within the primal chaos. Gu Zhong charged out from within the primal chaos. There was a fist imprint on his chest that had sunk deep into his body. Roar! Gu Zhong roared at the sky. The opponent's strength made him feel as if he had all his abilities but couldn't display them. Heaven Ascension, secret art. Gu Zhong had no other choice but to use the 9 secrets of immortal Dao to fight against this Zhuqiandao. Boom! A ball of resplendent golden light erupted from Gu Zhong's body. It was as if a golden divine sun had appeared between the heavens and the earth. He could feel that his combat strength was soaring. "This is Zhuqiandao." S. gaze became fierce with a hint of madness in his eyes. He had seen through the origin of the secret technique that Gu Zhong used. However, Gu Zhong couldn't believe that even after using the Heaven Ascension secret art, he still wasn't a match for this Zhuqiandao. "All right, I won't play with you anymore. Be a good boy and die." Zhuqiandao reached out his hand and directly grabbed Gu Zhong's head. At the same time, a heaven-devouring force emerged from his palm and pulled Gu Zhong towards the giant hand. One heaven execution sword. Gu Zhong waved his right hand, and a dazzling sword light instantly rushed out from his hand and pierced towards Zhuqiandao. A terrifying aura of destruction spread from the sword light. He used the 9 heaven execution swords. However, even the heaven-punishing sword light could not hurt this Zhuqiandao. The extremely sharp sword light was slapped into the sky by this Zhuqiandao and exploded in the sky. "Little fella, I forgot to tell you. Although this is only an avatar of mine, it has the cultivation and battle strength of a peak great saint. How are you going to fight against me?" Zhuqiandao said. "Damn it," Gu Zhong said angrily. At this moment, everyone could see that something was wrong. This Zhuqiandao was too powerful, and Gu Zhong wasn't a match for him. Ha! Zhuo Qiandao laughed. He was so close to capturing Gu Zhong. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao was about to fall into his hands. He was naturally ecstatic. Humph! At this moment, Gu Zhong's lips curled up into a sneer. Rumble! In the next moment, endless lightning suddenly descended from the sky and engulfed Gu Zhong in an instant. The power of the lightning was extremely powerful, and the aura of destruction was vast and mighty. What? Everyone turned pale with fright. No one had expected such a thing to happen. They were all stupefied. Endless dark clouds gathered high up in the sky, and a terrifying pressure descended from the depths of the sky. Heavenly Tribulation. Chapter 2860. Rumble! Countless bolts of tribulation lightning descended from the sky and instantly engulfed the arena. Each bolt of tribulation lightning was as large as a mountain, tearing through the void with terrifying destructive power. Heavenly Tribulation, you! Zhuo Qiandao was both shocked and furious. This was the heavenly tribulation of a heavenly king. He never thought that Gu Zhong would undergo it at this time. You what? I'm pulling you along because I think highly of you. Do you know that? Gu Zhong said. At this moment, his entire body was bathed in the tribulation lightning. His entire body radiated with dazzling lightning. He didn't even try to resist the tribulation lightning and allowed it to strike him, drawing tribulation lightning to refine the body. Zhuo Qiandao was shocked to see this. He was an avatar of the South Pole immortal sovereign, so he naturally knew many secrets that ordinary people didn't know. Drawing tribulation lightning to refine the body was a crazy method for cultivators to refine the body. Because it was too crazy, no one dared to imitate it. Thus, only cultivators would undergo tribulation in this way. Heavenly tribulation was a tribulation sent down by the world. Ordinary cultivators would be afraid to avoid it, so who would dare to draw tribulation lightning to their body? This is too crazy. A few experts who were watching the battle from afar saw through the truth and were extremely shocked with disbelief. At this moment, Zhuo Qiandao was struck by the tribulation lightning one after another. His appearance immediately changed. His hair stood up, his face was black, and his clothes were tattered. He looked like a beggar. A few bolts of tribulation lightning almost blasted the South Pole immortal sovereign avatar out of Zhuo Qiandao's body. Roar! Zhuo Qiandao's body roared at the sky after being taken over by the South Pole immortal sovereign avatar. An extremely powerful astral energy surged out from his body. In the void, a star diagram appeared around Zhuo Qiandao. It drew in the astral energy of the stars and blocked all the tribulation lightning around him. A tribulation of this level can't hurt me. Zhuo Qiandao stared at the figure in the depths of the sea of lightning and coldly said. At this time, he understood that the other party wanted to use the heavenly tribulation to kill the enemy. Unfortunately, this level of tribulation lightning could not harm Zhuo Qiandao at all. After all, Zhuo Qiandao was a peak saint king. Is that so? Don't run away later. Gu Zhong's voice came from within the tribulation lightning. The deafening thunder was unable to cover his voice. Kill! Zhuo Qiandao responded with a roar and directly charged towards Gu Zhong. The stars floating around him immediately turned into a terrifying sword light that broke through the layers of tribulation lightning and pierced towards Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong was startled. He found that this Zhuo Qiandao was even stronger than the real Zhuo Qiandao, which surprised him a lot. This was because this Zhuo Qiandao had already become a clone of the South Pole immortal Exalt. Although the body was the real Zhuo Qiandao, the soul was a clone of the South Pole immortal Exalt. However, under the control of the South Pole immortal Exalt's clone, Zhuo Qiandao's body could actually display even greater battle prowess than the original. This was just too unbelievable. Gu Zhong didn't dare to be careless and quickly made a move. A huge ball of lightning immediately appeared in front of him and smashed towards the starlight sword chi that had pierced through. Boom! With a loud bang, the starlight sword Qi and the thunder ball collided. The thunder ball exploded, and a terrifying destructive force instantly shattered the starlight sword Qi. What? He's drawing the power of the tribulation lightning for his own use? Zhuo Qiandao was extremely shocked. This Gu Zhong was truly heaven-defying. No wonder he could defeat his disciple. It would probably be very difficult to break the legend of being invincible within the same realm. The chaotic secret art. High up in the sky, the demon race old ancestors' eyes lit up when he saw this scene. His gaze pierced through the tribulation lightning and landed on Gu Zhong. At this moment, Gu Zhong had already used 4 secret arts of the immortal Tao: the Heaven Ascension secret art, the Void Reversal secret art, and now the Chaotic secret art, as well as the Primordial Spirit Tao Sword art. That Gu Fei might have really obtained the complete 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. The old ancestor muttered to himself. Naturally, no one could hear his voice. This was because the place where the old ancestor stood was a world of its own. As long as he willed it, no one could see him, hear his voice, or sense his aura. The demon race old ancestor was this capricious. Rumble! At this time, the thunder in the sky became even more shocking. The entire heaven and earth trembled as a destructive force filled every inch of the void. Countless experts who were watching the battle from afar retreated far away from the lightning formed by the tribulation lightning. This was the power of the heavenly tribulation. If they got too close, their own heavenly tribulation would also be triggered. However, Zhuo Qiandao was in a special state. His heavenly tribulation wasn't triggered. Just as Zhuo Qiandao was about to make another move, the tribulation lightning from the sky turned purple. The destructive aura from the sky became even more powerful, and the tribulation lightning's power instantly multiplied. What? It actually attracted the 9 heavens' purple tribulation lightning? Zhuo Qiandao couldn't help but be shocked at the scene. The 9 heavens' purple tribulation lightning. Just by hearing this name, one could tell that this tribulation lightning was extremely powerful. At this time, even Zhuo Qiandao had to be careful. If he was struck by this tribulation lightning, it wouldn't be a joke. Gu Zhong still didn't make a move to resist the tribulation lightning. He allowed the terrifying tribulation lightning to fall on his head. In the next moment, his entire body was submerged by the purple lightning. This guy, Zhuo Qiandao, was not only moved by this scene, he was also shocked. He couldn't believe that Gu Zhong's body could directly withstand the attack of the violet heaven tribulation thunder. Roar! Gu Zhong roared towards the sky. Purple lightning shot out from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. The power of this tribulation lightning was without a doubt. This kind of rare lightning tribulation was not something that anyone could encounter. Gu Zhong's second wave of tribulation lightning was the 9 heavens' purple tribulation lightning. This truly frightened everyone in the sky and all the living beings who were watching the battle. While Gu Zhong was using all his strength to resist the second wave of tribulation lightning, Zhuo Qiandao was also in danger. The purple tribulation lightning that descended from the sky could actually strike the starry sky around him. This made Zhuo Qiandao both shocked and angry. Buzz! The star diagram vibrated as Zhuo Qiandao directly charged towards Gu Zhong. A powerful star power surged out from the star diagram and broke through the layers of purple lightning. In an instant, it arrived in front of Gu Zhong. Suppress! Zhuo Qiandao channeled the star power with all his might. The star diagram rushed out from his body and emitted a dazzling starlight. Under his control, it suppressed Gu Zhong. In an instant, Gu Zhong felt his body tighten as if the void around him was about to solidify. Rumble! Endless 9 heavens' purple tribulation lightning descended from the sky and struck down on Gu Zhong, who was sealed in the void. In an instant, the void that was sealed by the star Atlas collapsed. Dance of the Dragons! Gu Zhong roared furiously and actually summoned the 9 extremely dazzling 9 heavens violet tribulation lightning, which then bombarded Zhuqiandao. Interesting. Chapter 2861. The power of the 9 heavens' violet tribulation thunder was undeniable. This kind of tribulation thunder could directly kill a Saint Emperor. However, Guzhong still allowed the tribulation lightning to strike his body. He was borrowing the power of the tribulation lightning to refine his martial body. At the same time, he used one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, the chaotic reversal secret art. He directed the tribulation lightning at the South Pole Immortal Exalts clone. 9 bolts of lightning that were powerful enough to make Saint Kings tremble descended from the sky. They turned into 9 huge purple dragons that lunged at the clone. What? The clone was extremely shocked. He hurriedly turned into a streak of starlight and charged to the side. He wanted to dodge the 9 dragon-shaped bolts of lightning. However, the 9 dragon-shaped lightning bolts were extremely fast and directly bombarded the starlight formed by the South Pole Immortal Venerable's clone. Roar! With a furious roar, the South Pole Immortal Exalts clone fell out of the sky. He was instantly engulfed by the 9 bolts of lightning that descended from the sky. Rumble! After a series of thunderous booms, the South Pole Immortal Exalts clone charged out of the lightning. His hair was disheveled, and his body had been charred black by the lightning. His clothes were tattered and hung on his body like rags. He was in an extremely miserable state. A burnt smell came from the South Pole Immortal Sovereign's avatar. Even though this was Zhuqiandao's body, it was still heavily injured by the violet heaven tribulation lightning. Zhuqiandao's body was a bloody mess. Charred bones could even be seen in some places. Damn, he's still alive. Guzhong couldn't help but shudder when he saw this. The South Pole Immortal Exalt was indeed quite capable. It was just a clone that had entered Zhuqiandao's body, yet it was able to display such great battle prowess. Some experts of the Saint Plane who were watching the battle from afar were also stunned when they saw the scene in the thunder tribulation. In their opinion, Zhuqiandao could be considered heaven-defying. He was struck by 9 bolts of the violet tribulation thunder of the 9th heaven, but was only injured and not killed. One had to know that the tribulation lightning of the 9 heavens could kill Saint Emperors. Even peak Saint Emperors would be annihilated if they were struck by it. Damn it. The South Pole Immortal Sovereign's clone roared furiously. A powerful immortal energy erupted from his body. Immortal runes emerged on his body, and his wounds healed at a visible rate. Again. At this time, Guzhong took a step forward and instantly closed in on South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation. Bolts of purple lightning descended from the sky, blasting his body. He was like an ancient god of lightning. His entire body blossomed with dazzling lightning as a terrifying aura of destruction spread out from his body. Chaotic power erupted from his body. The purple lightning bolts that came crashing down from the sky were immediately guided by chaotic power toward South Pole Immortal Venerable's clone. Seeing this, South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation could not help but be moved. Shua. South Pole Immortal Venerable's clone directly soared into the sky, evading the purple heaven tribulation lightning. However, the range of the tribulation lightning was very wide. After dodging one wave, another wave came. In the end, the South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation was still hit. He was directly struck by the purple heaven tribulation lightning and fell from the sky onto the stage. Ha! Come, undergo the tribulation with me. Guzhong laughed loudly and pounced forward, directly pushing South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation onto the stage. South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation was truly shocked. He wanted to struggle free, but the purple heaven tribulation lightning struck down, causing his body to tremble and twitch continuously. There were a total of 81 purple heaven tribulation lightning strikes. After the 81 lightning strikes, South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation was already beyond recognition. However, despite being struck so miserably by the purple heaven tribulation lightning, South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation still did not die. His skull emitted a dazzling immortal light. Gu Zhong tightly hugged South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation, not letting go no matter how hard the incarnation struggled. Rumble! At this time, an even more terrifying thunder resounded in the depths of the sky. Bolts of human-shaped lightning flickered faintly. An unimaginably powerful destructive power rippled out, shaking the entire world. What? Even South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation was stunned when he saw the human-shaped lightning. He struggled with all his might, erupting with powerful immortal energy. However, Gu Zhong's arms seemed to have taken root in his body. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. Roar! South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation roared. Suddenly, immortal runes rushed out from his forehead. Each rune transformed into a resplendent immortal blade that slashed at Gu Zhong. The immortal blades radiated with immortal energy. Immortal runes could be faintly seen within them. These were blades of light formed from the power of the great Tao. They were much more powerful than ordinary Saint King armaments. However, Gu Zhong's entire body shone with golden light at this time, as if he had turned into a golden man cast from essence gold. The blades of light formed from immortal runes slashed at Gu Zhong's body, producing a series of clangs. They were all knocked away. Everyone in the sky, outside the stage, was extremely shocked when they saw this. Gu Zhong's body was just too powerful. He was actually able to endure the blades of light formed from the power of the great Tao. If it was any other saint venerable, they would have been sliced into pieces by the blades of light. Yeah, the heavenly lightning's refinement is indeed useful. Gu Zhong's martial body has become even stronger. Up in the sky, Shaoqing couldn't help nodding inwardly when she saw the scene. Although this method of setting oneself on fire seemed crazy, once it succeeded, one's physical body would be greatly tempered and become even stronger. South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation was on the verge of going crazy. He knew that he couldn't endure the lightning tribulation when he saw the human-shaped lightning about to descend. Buzz! Space trembled. An almost transparent ball of true immortal fire appeared above South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation. It instantly wrapped around Gu Zhong and burned him. Gu Zhong's clothes immediately turned into ashes under the burning of the true immortal fire, revealing his dazzling golden physique. Golden runes faintly appeared on the golden physique, blocking the burning of the true immortal fire. This time, South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation panicked. At the same time, a human-shaped lightning swooped down from the sky. Boom! It directly landed on Gu Zhong and South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation. This time, Gu Zhong suffered an unimaginable impact. He opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of golden blood. Countless cracks appeared on the skull of South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation, as if it would shatter into countless pieces in the next moment. South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation's shell was Zhuo Qiandao's. A strand of South Pole Immortal Venerable's divine sense entered his Naiwan palace to control this shell. But now, Zhuo Qiandao's shell couldn't withstand it anymore. The human-shaped lightning was even more terrifying than the purple heaven tribulation lightning from the 9 heavens. This type of tribulation lightning rarely appeared. Only heaven-defying existences in the legends would trigger a heavenly tribulation like this. No one expected that after the purple heaven tribulation lightning from the 9 heavens, the heavens would send down this human-shaped lightning. South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation risked his life, but he still couldn't get rid of Gu Zhong. Another human-shaped lightning descended from the sky and struck the two of them. This time, Gu Zhong vomited blood again. However, the one he was tightly hugging didn't just vomit blood. The immortal light in the skull of South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation began to dim. "I don't believe I can't kill you," Gu Zhong fiercely said. His arms tightened, causing the sounds of bones breaking to resound from the incarnation's body. South Pole, immortal, venerable, kept coughing out blood. Rumble, deafening thunder rumbled in the sky. Streaks of human-shaped lightning descended from the sky and bombarded Guzhong and the South Pole Immortal Venerate's clones. Crack! The skull of South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation finally cracked. A small figure wrapped in immortal light soared into the sky, trying to escape. However, a human-shaped bolt of lightning descended from the sky and slammed into the ball of celestial light. The ball of celestial light immediately exploded, and the tiny figure wrapped in the celestial light was instantly destroyed by the terrifying destructive power of the human-shaped bolt of lightning. The incarnation of South Pole Immortal Venerable fell, just like that. Just as the South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation was blasted apart by the human-shaped lightning on a certain divine island in the sky above the human realm, in a certain pavilion, a person suddenly opened his eyes. A drop of blood emerged from the center of his brows, then flowed down. How is this possible? Guzhong is only Gu Fei's disciple. How could he kill my incarnation? Such words resounded in the pavilion. Reporting to Master, eldest senior brother's life token has shattered. At this time, a voice came from outside the pavilion. A middle-aged man in green clothes was standing outside the entrance of the pavilion. He stood there respectfully and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Got it. You can leave now. The young man in the pavilion stood up, pushed the door open, and walked out. Yes, master. The middle-aged man in green clothes hurriedly said, then bowed and carefully retreated. Guzhong, did I really underestimate this little fella? South Pole Immortal Venerable looked at the sky and muttered to himself. Swish! In the next moment, South Pole Immortal Venerable's figure disappeared in the void, his whereabouts unknown. At this time, Heaven World, West Underworld Ocean. On the arena, Guzhong successfully used the power of the heavenly tribulation to kill South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation. Chapter 2862. Guzhong borrowed the power of the heavenly tribulation to kill a clone of the South Pole Immortal Sovereign. This shocked all the living beings who witnessed this scene. At the same time, the saints were also shocked by the power of the human-shaped lightning in the sky. Zhua Qiandao's physique was the true Saint King Dao physique. However, even with such a strong physique, it could not withstand the power of this humanoid lightning. Even his bones were cracked by this humanoid lightning. At this time, the human-shaped lightning temporarily stopped and no longer struck down from the sky. However, Guzhong could feel an even more powerful heavenly tribulation power condensing. Guzhong's battle intent surged. He raised his head to look at the tribulation cloud in the sky. Golden Dao runes faintly appeared in his eyes. Within the tribulation cloud, bolts of lightning constantly flashed. The supreme destructive power caused all the living beings in the world to feel fear. This was the might of the heavens, capable of intimidating all living beings in the world. All living beings in this world were ants before the might of the heavens. Only a true extreme grade sovereign could step on the complete great Tao of the heavens and earth. Becoming an extreme grade sovereign was definitely not an easy task. There were countless cultivators in the world. All of them wanted to live forever and never perish. But in the end, how many of them could truly live forever and never perish? Even those legendary extreme sovereigns would disappear one day, let alone saints. At this time, Guzhong encountered the most dangerous test he had ever experienced. Once he failed, his body and soul would be destroyed by the power of the heavenly tribulation. However, once he succeeded, he would become a true heavenly king, an invincible existence among heavenly kings. Rumble! Thunder rumbled in the depths of the sky. Dazzling bolts of lightning constantly flashed, tearing apart the dusky world and illuminating the dark sky. Every time a bolt of lightning appeared, Guzhong could see figures standing in the depths of the sky. To be more precise, they were figures formed from lightning. Preposterous! Are you trying to kill me? Guzhong was shocked to the extreme when he saw the scene in the depths of the sky. He wasn't his master, Gu Fei, so why would a heavenly tribulation of this level find him? The human-shaped lightning was a mark of the great Tao left behind by those who had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation in this world. Existences that were capable of leaving behind a brand of the grand Tao in the heavens Tao were all existences that were unbelievably formidable, and they could be called geniuses in the cultivation world. The current Guzhong was equivalent to fighting against these powerful existences. As long as he defeated these fellows, he would become a true Saint Emperor. This was a different type of great battle. The main characters didn't come. Only the imprints left on heavenly Tao were evolving. Everyone anxiously looked at the figure standing in the arena. They were all very curious as to whether this person would be able to survive this ordeal. Some people who knew of Guzhong's origins knew that Guzhong's chances of success were very high because he had a Saint Emperor level martial body. This level of martial body was extremely powerful and might be able to contend against the humanoid lightning. The tribulation lightning was still brewing, and it could fall from the sky at any time. Why isn't it starting yet? Guzhong was a little impatient from waiting on the arena. Suddenly, he had an idea and rushed into the sky, directly charging into the tribulation clouds in the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, the entire world violently trembled. Pitch black, spatial cracks shot out in all directions like black lightning. The moment Guzhong plunged into the tribulation clouds, the tribulation that was still brewing was detonated. Endless lightning bolts burst out, illuminating the entire dusky world. Die! Guzhong roared and immediately executed the metal element fist. His fist seemed to have turned into two golden suns as they smashed towards the humanoid lightning bolts that were attacking him. A total of 8 humanoid lightning surrounded Guzhong. Every single one of them radiated a heart-palpitating, fiendish aura. This was an intense battle. There was no doubt about the strength of the humanoid lightning. Guzhong constantly coughed up blood from the attacks of the humanoid lightning. 3 of the 8 humanoid lightning were dispersed by Guzhong before turning into imprints that soared into the sky and returned to the laws of the world. However, the remaining 5 humanoid lightning were extremely powerful, causing Guzhong to be in a dangerous situation. His martial body had almost been shattered by their attacks. Bang! Guzhong was extremely ferocious. He clashed with one of the humanoid lightning's fists and flew backwards. Boom! A huge hand descended from the sky and directly slammed Guzhong onto the arena. Roar! Guzhong roared as he stood up from the ground. At this moment, another human-shaped lightning bolt rushed past him. In the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, as if his internal organs had been shaken and shifted. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Preposterous! Guzhong was both shocked and enraged. He executed his 8 steps extreme speed and rapidly moved through the sky, fighting against the 5 humanoid lightning. Golden blood continuously dripped down from the sky. Secret art of Wu. Guzhong's hands danced as a strange energy fluctuation immediately spread out from his body. His entire body seemed to have turned into a terrifying vortex. A heaven-devouring force gushed out and actually pulled a humanoid lightning over. The humanoid bolt of lightning rapidly dissipated, and a heavenly Tao brand appeared. After that, it shot into the sky and broke through the restraints of Guzhong's heaven-devouring power. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the depths of the sky. Another humanoid lightning was dealt with by Guzhong. However, there were still 4 humanoid lightning that surrounded him. One had to admit that the 9 secrets of immortal Tao were truly heaven-defying. Guzhong circulated the secret art of Wu with all his might, causing another humanoid lightning to fly towards him. Without any suspense, the humanoid lightning also turned into a heavenly Tao imprint and broke through the void, returning to the heavenly Tao. Boom! In the instant that Gu Zhong dealt with the humanoid lightning, a bolt of lightning emitted the most dazzling light. It directly broke through Gu Zhong's boundless secret art and slammed into him. In the next moment, half of Gu Zhong's body exploded. His flesh, tendons, and bones instantly turned into a mist of blood. How powerful! Gu Zhong was shocked. He directly counterattacked and scattered the humanoid lightning in the sky. The heavenly Tao imprint soared into the sky and returned to the heavenly Tao. In the next moment, half of Gu Zhong's body exploded. His flesh, tendons, and bones instantly turned into a mist of blood. How powerful! Chapter 2863. Gu Zhong had attracted a rarely seen heavenly tribulation. A humanoid bolt of lightning had actually appeared within the tribulation. It was an imprint of the heavenly Tao. Since ancient times, there had been countless heaven-defying beings. It was unknown just how many of them had left their imprints on the heavenly Tao when they underwent their tribulations. Gu Zhong had attracted this heavenly tribulation. This meant that his heaven-defying constitution and supreme battle prowess had obtained the recognition of the heavens, which was why this heavenly tribulation had descended. Although this heavenly tribulation was still within the realm of a saint king, ordinary saint kings probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a single humanoid bolt of lightning. They would be blasted to smithereens in an instant. Even peak saint kings would die if they encountered this heavenly tribulation. The clone of the South Pole Immortal Exalt was a very good example. Rumble! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Gu Zhong and the two powerful human-shaped lightning bolts battled on the arena. Everyone who saw this scene was extremely shocked. It was just too shocking. The battle prowess Gu Zhong had displayed had already surpassed ordinary saint kings. However, even so, he still struggled to disperse the two humanoid bolts of lightning. The humanoid bolts of lightning were just that monstrous. They could even kill peak saint kings. Once Gu Zhong successfully underwent his tribulation, he would definitely be invincible among those at the same level. This brat's potential is limitless. The ancestor of the Yao race sighed in amazement. Even he had to admit that Gu Zhong was the second heaven-defying existence he had seen other than his master, Gu Fei. Gu Zhong's temperament was actually very similar to Gu Fei's. However, Gu Zhong cultivated the power of metal. Although he only cultivated one type of energy, he could still become a supreme existence in the world. Boom! With a loud sound, Gu Zhong was struck by one of the humanoid bolts of lightning. He was directly blown out of the arena. A strand of golden blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Roar! Gu Zhong roared furiously. His entire body emitted a golden light that resembled golden flames, and the sound of wind and thunder rang out from within his body. A supreme martial power erupted, immediately forcing out the power of thunder and lightning that had invaded his body. At this moment, he did not dare to draw the power of the humanoid lightning to temper his body. One must know that the power of the humanoid lightning was enough to injure his martial body. If this energy was used to temper one's body, one could be killed by this energy if they were not careful. It was very dangerous. Gu Zhong wasn't crazy enough to joke around with his life. Bang! Just as Gu Zhong steadied himself, another human-shaped lightning bolt charged at him from behind and punched him in the back. At the same time, the human-shaped lightning bolt in front of him also arrived. It was a blurry figure that was faintly discernible amidst the lightning. He threw a punch at Gu Zhong's chest. Roar! Gu Zhong roared. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed the fist of the humanoid lightning before him. Then he frantically activated the chaotic secret technique. Buzz! The void trembled, emitting a deafening sound. Gu Zhong drew the power of the humanoid lightning behind him and attacked the humanoid lightning in front of him. Then he drew the power of the humanoid lightning in front of him and attacked the humanoid lightning behind him. Just like that, he became a medium. The two terrifying destructive powers passed through his body and attacked each other. The three figures stopped, and just like that, they were in a deadlock. What's going on? Seeing the scene on the stage, everyone was dumbfounded. They had no idea what was happening. Only a few old antiques were able to see through the situation. At this moment, Gu Zhong was enduring unimaginable pain. The two supreme destructive energies were fighting within his body. His flesh and bones were constantly being destroyed, but they were constantly being regenerated. This was a terrifying cycle. Gu Zhong's flesh and bones were constantly being tempered and strengthened. However, this was definitely a crazy action with a slim chance of survival. If he wasn't careful, he would draw fire to himself and be blasted to smithereens by the power of the two humanoid lightning. Gu Zhong's body blossomed with destructive lightning. His 7 orifices flickered with lightning. In the end, every inch of his muscles and even every strand of hair on his body was covered in lightning. This, up in the sky, Shaoqing couldn't help clenching his fists. He was extremely nervous. He knew that Gu Zhong was at a critical moment of life and death. Swish! At that moment, a ray of black light suddenly shot out from a black cloud in the distant sky, piercing towards Gu Zhong on the stage. Someone made a move at this moment, wanting to interfere with Gu Zhong's tribulation and have him die under it. Humph! A cold snort rang out from the island. Then, a large hand reached down from the island and grabbed the black light that was shooting towards Gu Zhong. Then, with a forceful grip, the hand loosened, and a black arrow that had been broken into several pieces fell from his hand. The crowd couldn't help but be astonished. At the same time, another huge hand appeared and directly grabbed the person hiding in the black cloud in the sky. He didn't even have a chance to escape. "Spare me!" a middle-aged Taoist cried out in panic from within the huge hand. However, the hand that was grabbing onto the middle-aged Taoist tightened its grip, and the middle-aged Taoist was crushed to death. Just like that, the middle-aged Taoist breathed his last. At the sight of this, everyone was stunned. This old ancestor of the demon race was way too strong. Ordinary sages were just like ants in front of this old ancestor. Whoever dares to attack will end up like this. An old voice came from the divine island. Although it wasn't loud, it spread across the entire region. Every living being heard it. They couldn't help but shiver when they heard it. The ancestor of the demon race had spoken. Those who originally wanted to attack Gu Zhong had no choice but to stop and not dare to do anything. One had to know that the person on the divine island was a ruthless character. He was the ancestor of the demon race. Among the demon race in the heavenly realm, there was probably no one who could compare to him. Even the Tai Huang son, the old turtle, had to consider himself a junior in front of this ancestor. The Tai Huang son was a heaven-defying existence. Even he was the ancestor's junior. One could imagine how powerful and terrifying this ancestor was. Rumble! The sound of thunder came from Gu Zhong's body. This extreme body tempering method made him feel as if his soul was about to be torn apart. He wanted to give up several times. However, he knew that once he gave up, his soul would be destroyed. He didn't want to die because there were still many things he hadn't done yet. He still had things he cared about in this world. His wife, his son, they were all things he cared about. Gu Zhong had made it through. At the most dangerous moment, he had made it through. From then on, the two human-shaped lightning bolts began to dim, as if they could disappear at any time. Roar! Chapter 2864. After a narrow escape, Gu Zhong finally passed the heavenly tribulation. This shocked everyone. When the humanoid lightning appeared, no one thought highly of Gu Zhong anymore. However, no one expected Gu Zhong to make it through and become a true heavenly king. After passing the heavenly tribulation, His cultivation rose to the peak of heavenly king. He was invincible among those of the same level. This surprised even him. Gu Zhong was summoned to the divine island by the ancestor of the monster race after undergoing the Saint King heavenly tribulation. The ancestor personally arranged a banquet to celebrate Gu Zhong's success. The upper echelon of the monster race all came. No one dared to look down on Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong was a heavenly king, invincible among those of the same level. Just as Gu Zhong passed the heavenly tribulation, the place where Gu Fei was in seclusion in Wanxiang City shone brightly. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. There seemed to be a supreme existence chanting in the air, explaining the truths of the world. Is the master coming out? The iron-blood Taoist, who stayed behind to guard the city, was shocked. He personally stood guard outside Gu Fei's seclusion and did not move a single step away. At this time, all the cultivators in Wanxiang City were shocked. All the cultivators gathered outside the city, Lord's estate, and looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky. They were all shocked. In the sky above the city Lord's residence, there were tens of thousands of rays of light. There seemed to be a blurry figure sitting there, chanting the divine voice of the great path, resonating with the great Tao. Someone said, this was a phenomenon of enlightenment. The appearance of this phenomenon meant that someone had comprehended the great Tao and was resonating with the great Tao of the world. Is the master really going to take that step? In a courtyard of the city, Lord's estate, the heaven, earth, and mortal saints raised their heads to look at the phenomenon in the sky. The heaven saint muttered to himself. His cultivation was the highest among the three. He could feel the faintly discernible voice of the great Tao and the truths of the great Tao within it. This kind of rhythm was very beneficial to him. At this moment, within Gu Fei's secluded cultivation grounds, Gu Fei was seated cross-legged without moving at all. It was as if he had fallen asleep, and he seemed to have lost all sense of the outside world. However, there was a Taoist aura emanating from his body, causing a strange phenomenon to appear in the surroundings. On the third day after Gu Fei triggered the phenomenon, a strange fluctuation came from the old tortoise's retreat. There was also a phenomenon of heaven and earth that was not inferior to Gu Fei's. Two quasi-supremes appeared at the same time. The iron-blood Taoist was truly stunned. Old Tortoise was also about to take that step. The news of the unusual phenomenon in Wanxiang City quickly spread and could not be hidden at all. Soon, powerful figures began to appear in the vicinity of Wanxiang City. Gu Fei's cultivation was already at the pinnacle of the Holy Venerate. If his cultivation improved further, wouldn't he become a half-step supremacy? Some people could no longer sit still, but they did not dare to act rashly. This was because they knew very well that the consequences would be dire if they were to offend Gu Fei. One night, a mysterious figure appeared outside the city gates of Wanxiang City. At this moment, the city gates were already closed. However, that person was extremely domineering. With a single punch, he smashed the city gates inwards. Enemy attack. Wanxiang City was instantly thrown into chaos. Shouts could be heard everywhere as groups of soldiers gathered towards the city gates from all over the city. Meanwhile, the masked man in black who smashed the city gates with a single punch strode into the ancient city. The figures of the heaven, earth, and mortal saints appeared at the end of the street and went up to the masked man. A great battle broke out. On the street, for figures were moving rapidly. The heaven, earth, and mortal saints joined forces, but they could not take down this mysterious man. Bang! The mysterious man sent the human sage of the three sages of heaven, earth, and human flying with a kick. Boom! With a loud bang, the mortal saint was smashed into a house on the side of the street. In the next moment, he rushed out again. He wiped away the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth and continued to attack the mysterious man. Bang! At the same time, the heaven saint and the mysterious man's palm met. He felt a surge of energy from the other party's palm. Then he could not help but stagger back 5 or 6 steps. Who are you? How dare you come here and cause trouble? The heaven saint said coldly. However, the mysterious man did not say a word. He directly attacked the earth saint and the mortal saint. Buzz! The void vibrated. The mysterious man had forced the earth saint and the mortal saint back again with his bare hands. He was so powerful that it was unbelievable. At this moment, Zhu Guliang appeared at the end of the street. He stared anxiously at the four figures engaged in an intense battle on the street. With Zhu Guliang's cultivation, he naturally could not tell anything. Very soon, the iron-blood Taoist arrived with the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand. His entire body was filled with a murderous aura. The aura he exuded was terrifying. "I'm done playing with you." As the mysterious masked man spoke, he immediately unleashed his divine might and sent the heaven, earth, and mortal saints flying. Then he moved and pounced at the iron-blood Taoist. "You don't know your place." The iron-blood Taoist sneered and immediately activated the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand. An extremely powerful aura of the divine Phoenix spread from the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand. Divine Phoenix spreads its wings. The iron-blood Taoist shook the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand. The image of a golden divine phoenix immediately rushed out from the Phoenix Tribulation and met the incoming mysterious man. The space around the mysterious man suddenly trembled, and transparent ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. Then, something that even the iron-blood Taoist found unbelievable happened. The image of the divine phoenix that had rushed out from the Phoenix Tribulation rushed into the space around the mysterious man and disappeared. What? The iron-blood Taoist could not help but be shocked when he saw this. After all, that was the power of the Phoenix Tribulation. It had been dissolved just like that. It was truly shocking. Boom! Just as the iron-blood Taoist was in shock, the mysterious man stretched out his hand and the space trembled. The divine phoenix that had disappeared reappeared and pounced at him. How is this possible? The iron-blood Taoist's shock was no small matter. Could it be that this fellow had also cultivated the chaos reversal secret technique? Swoosh! The iron-blood Taoist flew into the sky and dodged the sudden attack. Then the Phoenix Tribulation shook and runes appeared faintly. 9 images of the divine phoenix appeared in the void. An extremely powerful force of the divine phoenix spread from the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand, causing the world to lose its color. Interesting. The mysterious masked man nodded when he saw this. You. Chapter 2865. You're really something to dare to invade my territory. It seems like you don't know how to write the word death. Looks like I'll have to teach you how to write it. A voice came from the main street of Wanxiang City. A figure walked over from the direction of the city lord's office. The light from the city lord's office elongated his shadow. At this moment, Wanxiang City was brightly lit. When the news that someone had invaded the city spread, all the cultivators in the city were extremely shocked. Gu Fei. The mysterious masked man stared at the approaching figure, and his eyes narrowed. However, he soon realized that something was wrong because the phenomenon in the sky above Wanxiang City was still there. Auspicious colors descended from the sky, and the divine light of the great Tao soared into the sky. It was as if a supreme being of the great Tao was sitting there and preaching. Countless cultivators were sensing the great Tao runes. However, as the mysterious man in black attacked Wanxiang City, his extremely powerful aura spread throughout the city. This interrupted the comprehension of countless living beings in the city, causing all the cultivators to be furious. Who is it that dares to disturb our comprehension? I'm going to kill him. Some people roared furiously. Initially, they were about to comprehend something, but they were affected by the waves of the battle, causing them to withdraw from that mysterious state of comprehension. Many of the living beings in the city were shocked to discover that they could no longer enter that mysterious state of enlightenment. Damn it! Some people beat their chests and roared at the sky. One must know that such an epiphany was not easy to come by. It could only be encountered by chance. Some living beings could not encounter it even once in their entire lives. At this moment, the mysterious masked man stared at the black-robed young man. His battle intent was like a rainbow, and his gaze was like a sharp sword as it swept over the young man. "You're not Gu Fei. Who are you?" The mysterious man stared at the young man in black and said coldly, "Greetings, my lord." At this moment, the iron-blood Taoist hurriedly bowed to the young man in black. The heaven, earth, and human saints also hurriedly bowed to the young man in black. "Impossible! You are definitely not Gu Fei, at least not his real body." The mysterious man stared at the young man in black and said in a deep voice, Tao patterns appeared and intertwined in his eyes, forming a Tao diagram. "It seems like you have some knowledge." The black-clothed youth crossed his arms and looked at the mysterious masked man with a faint smile. This guy's cultivation was not weak. He was at least a peak Saint Emperor, only half a step away from the great Saint realm. It was obvious that someone had sent this masked man to probe Wanxiang City's situation. There should be someone else behind this masked man. Shua. The mysterious masked man immediately turned around, transformed into a beam of divine light, and rushed towards the city gate. He wanted to escape from this place. At this moment, the mysterious masked man was filled with regret. He should not have been provoked by those fellows' words and charged into Wanxiang City. Didn't they say that there were only a few small characters in Wanxiang City? Just as the mysterious man was about to rush out of the city, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the divine light and stretched out his hand. Clang! The divine light instantly collided with the man's right hand. The man did not move at all, but the divine light was repelled. The divine light dissipated and a figure appeared. The mysterious man staggered a few times and almost fell to the ground. His mask was wet and blood was dripping from his chin. The collision just now had clearly caused him to suffer quite a bit of shock. "You still want to escape in front of me?" The black-clothed youth tilted his head and said to the masked man with an evil smile. "You." The masked man was shocked and furious. This guy was as terrifying as the rumors said. It was just a clone, and he was already so powerful. "What you?" "Let me teach you how to write the word death first." The black-clothed youth said with a smile. "Haha, black guy. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why aren't you arrogant now?" Zhu Guiliang laughed and walked over. "Greetings, Lord." Zhu Guiliang bowed to the black-clothed youth. Lord, I'm not talking about you." At this moment, Zhu Guiliang suddenly realized that Gu Fei was also dressed in black. He hurriedly explained. The black-clothed youth glanced at Zhu Guiliang and did not say anything. At this moment, the iron-blood Taoist and the three saints of heaven, earth and man, were staring at the masked man with a gloating expression. They did not think that this guy would be a match for their lord. The masked man did not say anything and only stared nervously at the black-clothed youth. The blood and qi in his body surged, and an extremely powerful sacred emperor's aura spread from his body. Look at Lil Black's attitude. Does he really dare to fight against our Lord? The man saint of the three saints of heaven, earth and man, said disdainfully. From his point of view, although Gu Fei's real body had not descended, he was still not someone that a puny sacred emperor could contend against. More accurately, no one present believed that Lil Black had the right to be mentioned in the same breath as one of Gu Fei's clones. "All right, I'll give you a chance. As long as you tell me where you came from and who's behind you, I'll let you go. How about it?" Gu Fei's avatar looked at the black-clothed masked man with a faint smile. "What did you say?" The masked man could not help but be stunned when he heard this. A sliver of excitement appeared in his eyes. After all, no one wanted to die, especially those powerful existences. "Are you deaf? Can't you hear my lord's words?" Said Zhu Guiliang. "Are you really going to let me go?" Said the mysterious man. His voice began to tremble. "What do you think? asked Gu Fei. The masked man fell silent. He did not want to die, at least not like this. His opponent was just too powerful. He had no chance of winning at all. He was as weak as an ant before his opponent. If his opponent had wanted to kill him, he would have died long ago. Still not talking? I don't have much patience, said Gu Fei calmly. The masked man could not help but feel shocked when he heard Gu Fei's words. He knew his opponent very well. His opponent had no scruples. He would kill someone regardless of who they were or where they came from. This person is so powerful. He should not be lying to me. Maybe he'll really let me go. The masked man pondered for a moment and made up his mind. He then took off the mask on his face, revealing his true appearance. Oh, so it's a pretty boy, Zhu Guiliang said in surprise. The masked man turned out to be a rather handsome young man with a pale face. Zhu Guiliang was not the only one surprised. Everyone else was surprised too. They did not expect the guy who dared to invade Wanxiang City to be so young. I'm from Buzhou Ancestral Star. Without waiting for Gu Fei to ask, the young man told him about his background. It turned out that this guy was a disciple of the Ziyun clan from Buzhou Ancestral Star. Just like the soaring dragon ancestral star, Buzhou Ancestral Star was an enormous ancestral star with life. In the past, Gu Fei had stayed on Buzhou Ancestral Star for a period of time. Ziyun clan. Gu Fei was startled. He recalled his experiences on Buzhou Ancestral Star. The Ziyun clan had a great background on Buzhou Ancestral Star, as they were the descendants of the legendary Ziyun Supreme. According to the legends, the Ziyun Supreme had established the ancient heavenly court on Buzhou Ancestral Star and unified the entire Life Star region. He was a legend on Buzhou Ancestral Star. He also recalled Ziyin Xiao and Ziyin Er. The two siblings were the most outstanding talents of the Ziyun clan, undefeatable existences among the younger generation. However, it was a pity that they had encountered Gu Fei in the past. As a result, the undefeatable legend of the two siblings was shattered. The young man's name was Zi Yuntian. He was also an outstanding figure among the younger generation of the Ziyun clan. Despite his young age, he had already reached the peak of the Saint Emperor realm, only half a step away from becoming a great saint. Not many among the younger generation of the Ziyun clan could match up to him. The Z siblings have also come to the soaring dragon ancestral star. Gu Fei pondered for a moment before asking. The two siblings had already displayed heaven-defying talent on ancestral star Buzhou back then. Now, their cultivation was most likely not bad, at least higher than Ziyun Tian. No, they are still in seclusion in the ancestral ground of the Ziyun clan. However, they will come out soon. You can meet up then, Ziyun Tian said. Haha, very good. I would like to meet up with them as well. Gu Fei roared with laughter and said, get lost. Remember, there won't be a next time. Otherwise, you know what the consequences will be. You really let me go, Zi Yuntian said in disbelief. Didn't you hear my patriarch telling you to get lost? Zhu Guiliang shouted at Zi Yuntian. Humph, Zi Yuntian snorted coldly. He turned around and glared at Zhu Guiliang with a murderous glint in his eyes. TSK, how dare you act so fiercely here? Be careful that you won't be able to walk out of the Wanxiang city. Zhu Guiliang laughed coldly. Hurry up and get lost. The iron-blood Taoist walked over. His Saint King's presence surged as the figure of a phoenix appeared around him. The scorching true phoenix flames caused the space around him to distort. Zi Yuntian glanced at the iron-blood Taoist, then at Gu Fei. He then turned into a streak of light and shot into the sky, wanting to leave. However, just as he was in the sky above the Wanxiang city, there was a sudden bam. He then fell down from the sky, as though he had slammed into a transparent wall. Huh! Zhu Guiliang and the others could not help but burst out laughing at the sight. Chapter 2866. Just as Zi Yuntian left the city with his tail between his legs, Gu Fei's figure also disappeared. No one could see how he left. The cultivation of Gu Fei's doppelganger was miles ahead of everyone else. This made the iron-blood Taoist and the others speechless. An extraordinary person indeed had extraordinary abilities. The iron-blood Taoist and the others naturally did not dare to ask about Gu Fei's matters. However, the disappearance of Gu Fei's doppelganger seemed to have made the iron-blood Taoist think of something and revealed a pondering and puzzled expression. At this moment, many cultivators had gathered in the surroundings. They were all watching from afar and did not dare to approach. The battle ended and the crowd dispersed. Some of the cultivators who were watching from afar also gradually retreated. At this moment, the moon was in the middle of the sky. The sky above Wanxiang City was still filled with strange phenomena. Sometimes the divine sound of the great Tao could be heard, and other times the light of the great Tao shot into the sky. It was as if someone had attained the supreme Tao fruit. In Wanxiang City, the Tao runes were vast and mighty. Bathed in the divine light of the great Tao, many cultivators in the city were still in a state of enlightenment. However, the cultivators outside the city were not so lucky. The range of the phenomenon was limited to Wanxiang City. At this moment, it was difficult for outsiders to enter even if they wanted to. After the incident where Zi Yuntian attacked Wanxiang City, the city was sealed. An even stronger city-protecting formation was activated, so no one dared to force their way into the city at this moment. To all the cultivators in Wanxiang City, this was an opportunity. Of course, there were not many who could grasp this opportunity. In a mountain range a few hundred miles away from Wanxiang City, a black figure was like a ghost. He moved quickly through the mountain range without making a sound. Wherever he passed, he did not alarm anything. The young man called Zi Yuntian went far away without looking back. He only stopped in a small valley a few thousand miles away from Wanxiang City. He sat on a huge rock and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He sighed and then smiled. Haha, I really did not expect that Gu Fei to be so easily fooled. Zi Yuntian smiled and muttered to himself. He had to admit that he was really lucky tonight to be able to fool Gu Fei and make Gu Fei let him off. What happened? At that moment, a black shadow silently floated in from outside the valley. The voice it spoke with was incomparably sinister and ghostly. Oh my God! Can't you say something before you appear? I'm scaring people to death. Zi Yuntian was startled by this ghost-like fellow and nearly jumped up from the ground. One must know that even though he was far away from Wanxiang City, his mind was still unsettled. Cut the crap. Who are the people in Wanxiang City? This person was shrouded in a layer of black mist, and his figure was faintly discernible. He was no different from a ghost at all. I think we should give up on Wanxiang City. We won't succeed. Zi Yuntian pondered for a moment and said. Then he recounted what happened in Wanxiang City. What? Could it be that Gu Fei is in the city? Hearing this, the mysterious person was rather shocked. He had received news that Gu Fei's eldest disciple had already gone to the heaven realm to undergo the heavenly tribulation of a saint king. He thought that Gu Fei would also leave Wanxiang City to protect his disciple. What do you think? Zi Yuntian said. They had made a grave mistake. The phenomenon in Wanxiang City was not caused by the iron-blood Taoist and the others when they were cultivating. It was also to investigate the situation in Wanxiang City that Zi Yuntian took the risk and attacked Wanxiang City. Then he alerted one of Gu Fei's clones and almost failed to return. He's really in the city. The mysterious figure muttered to himself as if he was thinking of something. All right, let's go back. There's really nothing we can do this time. We can only look for the next opportunity. Zi Yuntian said helplessly. With Gu Fei's clone guarding Wanxiang City, even if the leader of the force behind them came personally, he would not be able to do anything to Gu Fei, let alone them. Who knows when we'll have to wait for the next time. The mysterious figure said, why don't you go to Wanxiang City and investigate the situation of those people again? Fuck, if you want to go, then go. Don't call me for such suicidal things in the future. Zi Yuntian could not help but curse. These bastards are too despicable. They actually tricked me into doing such dangerous things. If I wasn't smart, I would have lost my life in Wanxiang City. Could it be that his life was so worthless? All right, I was just joking. Let's go. The mysterious figure said and floated out of the valley. Like a puff of smoke, he gave off a mysterious and eerie feeling, as if he was a devil that had just walked out from hell. You should have done this earlier, Zi Yuntian muttered, and then hurriedly followed after him. The two of them traveled through the mountains and left Wanxiang City. They entered a primitive forest 10,000 li away from the city. In the depths of the primordial mountain range, there was a hidden valley. The valley was shrouded in mist. Sunlight shone down from the sky and shone on the mist, creating a myriad of colors in the void. The mist shrouded the entire valley, making it even more hidden. Even if someone were to fly across the sky, they would not be able to discover the secrets of the valley easily. Furthermore, the entire valley was covered by a great formation. Even if Zi Yuntian and the others wanted to enter the valley, they would have to pass through the guards of the valley. Just who are these people? Dozens of miles away from the valley stood a black-clothed youth on a mountain ridge filled with tall trees. This black-clothed youth was the clone of Gu Fei, who had been secretly tracking him. He initially thought that the people of the Zi Yun clan, a powerful clan of Buzhou ancestral star, had already entered the soaring dragon ancestral star. However, it seemed that things were not as simple as he had thought. The identity of the guy called Zi Yuntian was also very suspicious. It was hard to tell if he was a disciple of the Zi Yun clan. Perhaps even his name was fake. However, one thing Gu Fei was sure of was that someone was watching him in the dark. It was like a venomous snake hiding in the dark, ready to bite him at any time. This made Gu Fei very unhappy. At this moment, Zi Yuntian and the mysterious figure had already entered the valley. They did not realize that Gu Fei's clone was following them. The valley was actually a secret stronghold of their organization in the eastern region. The valley was filled with jagged rocks and dense vines. There was only a small path that led straight into the depths of the valley.